Somebody was watching it.
Yeah, I try to keep them open so that I can see comments that are coming in. So,
Gotcha. Okay. So good morning, everybody. I'm Mark. This is the G.I. Joe 3D Printing Podcast. Technically, it's episode 13, I believe. Mr. Michael Kleppinger is here and Mr. Juan Poor. So welcome, guys.
morning, everybody.
Good morning.
It's good to see you guys, man. Like sometimes, like for whatever reason, this month really felt like it was a long time between the last one and this one.
Yeah.
Sometimes it feels like we just did it last weekend, but like it feels like it was a long time ago this time. So this morning we're going to be doing a Fusion 360 demo, and we'll be building in a mobile missile station, which was one of the first round of I think technically it was a vehicle or playset, but from the old, what year was that? 82? Did this thing come out?
Yeah, first year, so 82.
Yep. Of course, this was the first appearance of Colonel Hawk before he ranked up to general. He came with the MMS. We're not doing that figure today. So I never owned one. Mike's got what is it? SMM?
I think they called it the SMS. That was the version that I had.
Okay, so he's got that one. So if we need to grab some measurements off of that, he's going to do that for us. What else? I do want to kind of get into it quickly because I do expect it to take, it's going to be more than an hour of design, but I'm not sure how much more. So I do want to get into it kind of quick. But so there's this thing that happens when we do this really any podcast, if you've been on one, you end up having all these conversations before the show starts. And then you're kind of spent when you go live. So I do have something to talk about that I specifically avoided talking to you guys about before. So you guys know I was working on this ferret and I posted the pictures and everything. And Mike brought up that in like the final episode of the Mass Device miniseries that there was an appearance of one in there. And I was like, I couldn't remember it, but I had to go look. And Mike, who is a wealth of knowledge, and always impresses me with the stuff he comes up with, you were wrong on this one. So it's there, kind of. Can you see this picture?
Yeah, it's a little three-wheel thing.
It's a three-wheeler.
What the heck is this?
This is called a bat. And so, Mike, I asked you a couple weeks ago if you had seen, I think it's called Creating G.I. Joe 3.75, Volume 4.
Yes.
Volume 4 has this. So this is, now I can't think of the guy's name. The same guy that designed the Sky Striker, he had done this concept for this thing called a bat, a ballistic.
I see.
So that's what it was. So I need to get these books because these are outstanding. So that's going to happen.
So this vehicle predates our battle android trooper, so they just kept reusing names, huh?
Interesting.
So I mean, that's a pretty, that it was always going to happen eventually one way or another. Something was going to be called that.
Yeah. That's funny because I wasn't aware that trike was called a bat. So when you said that's actually you said it became a bat, I thought you were just making fun of the fact that it became a flying rodent.
Right.
All right.
Yeah. So I am 100% making that thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that way I can reuse these the ferret tires for at least for the back two.
Okay. Very cool.
I put too much work into those to not try and stretch that out a little bit.
I see some people logging in. All right, what I'm liking about this episode, once Mark gets going, is this kind of goes back to the roots, Mark. We haven't done this in a while.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So that was before G.I. Joe 3D printing group, and I was still doing kind of Tinkercad, how to. I don't remember if was that doing that on Twitch. I don't remember. I was doing that somewhere. Yeah. So, but yeah, that's what it's going to take us back kind of to that. So then I have one other thing I wanted to kind of burn some time with. So I looked up the old MMS commercial, like because that was like one of the first commercials, and I love the animation in the first kind of round of commercials for GI Joe toys.
Oh yeah,
amazing. But it was it was the infancy of the line, so they would fill out these commercials with shit that didn't exist, and sometimes it came to exist, sometimes it didn't. So let me play this clip real quick. It's the beginning animation of the commercial for like the MMS and the Vamp and some other things, and I'm gonna cut it real short, but pay attention. There's a scene, stuff's happening, and Cobra Commander's in like a headquarters looking at this giant screen, and there's stuff happening on the screen. And pay attention to that screen, okay?
It's G.I. Joe against Cobra the enemy. Don't let Cobra Commander get away. G.I. Joe!
It's Cobra Commander!
Go away, dude. All right. It was really fast, but on that screen, we get this. You see that thing flying across the top?
yeah.
What the hell is that? It exists for it's 4 frames in this commercial, and I'm making this thing. This thing is so cool. It's like a cross between a claw and a trouble bubble.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that is some crazy stuff.
Like, and I mean, even you know, a split second before we even get here, there's a Cobra hovercraft. It's whale-like. Get him across the. We'll watch it.
G.I. Joe against Cobra the enemy. Don't let Cobra Commander get away. G.I. Joe!
It's Cobra Commander!
Yeah, I think your picture was up over the video when you played that.
Yeah, it was. Let me do it one more time. Just pay attention to this.
G.I. Joe against Cobra the enemy. Don't let Cobra Commander get away. G.I. Joe!
It's Cobra Commander!
Okay. It just, but like the old commercials are just raw with stuff like that, like stuff that just they needed to fill it out with some stuff.
Yep.
Yeah. So anyway, I know you guys are fans of obscure stuff like that, like I am. So I figured.
Oh yeah.
Why not?
That's pretty cool.
Okay, so let's get into this. So we do have one kind of issue where I don't want to do it that way. Let's do it this way. So in Fusion 360, and good morning to everybody that's here. Is there anybody got any questions in chat? Yeah, not really.
Oh, everybody's
Okay.
just tuning in.
Okay.
Yep.
So in Fusion 360, you know, this is how we can kind of let me get to the actual program. Over here we can rotate around between our different views, and I've already brought in these blueprints.
Yeah. Can you just, for everybody, can you just
I'm
show how you bring a picture in?
Absolutely. But what I need to discuss real quick is over on the left side, there's a window called the browser, and it is a separate window from Autodesk, but you absolutely need it to navigate between your canvases, your sketches, and your bodies. But because it's a separate window, I don't think I'm able to
Just pull it up.
share it.
Yeah.
So yeah, it doesn't come up as an accessible window because it's through this other program.
Okay.
So I apologize for that. And we're gonna power through. All right, so I'm in Fusion. It's a little weird because I've got the window at a size and scale that I'm not used to working to make it fit in the on the stream well, and then this browser window is like not where it's supposed to be either because so let's see. So for blueprints, I go to Carson's wonderful website, 3D Joe's. If you go to 3D Joe's, you can find everything there. So you go find, you know, the year you want. You can go to the search thing and type in MMS, whatever it is you're looking for, and you scroll down, and he's got pretty good scans of original blueprints. So I go there just for the sake of things being nice and clean. I've taken my my blueprints, I put them in Photoshop, and I just cropped them down to each of the 3 views, the front, the top, and one of the sides. And I just crop it just to get the extra stuff out of the way. And then I save the 3 things as, front, top, and side. So then once we're in Fusion, I go to specifically to the side I want. So here we are at the front. I can go up to Insert, Canvas. I click on that, and you probably can't see the windows and stuff that are popping up, but it's typical Windows navigation. You navigate to the file you want, and you bring it in. So for this one, I brought it in. I didn't scale it. I haven't done anything else. It's just the cropped image plopped down at the middle of the origin. And then I can just rotate to the side, and same thing. I go to Insert, Canvas, and then I navigate to the file I want. I bring it in, I drop it in. And same for top. I go there, Insert, Canvas, navigate to the file I want, and drop it in. It's all straightforward and self-explanatory, but what you end up with is your 3 different views. So first thing I kind of want to do here is kind of line them up. And so one thing that it likes to do is change this. I don't know why it does this, but it likes to rescale stuff. It always rescales one of the 3, and I don't know why. So that's the front. So we're gonna focus on these 2 first, and we can see that they're excuse me, one of them's backwards. So we're gonna flip the side one. So in my browser window, I'm selecting the side blueprint, and then I'm hitting Edit Canvas, and I should be able to just flip it. Boom. And I hit OK, and that's it. So now it's facing the right direction. And it's actually lined up fairly well, and I'm basing that on the tip of these feet.
Mm-hmm.
I am going to move the I think I'm going to move the top forward ever so slightly. So again, I go back over to the browser. I'm going to select it, Edit Canvas, and I'm just going to slide this up. And you can even see it over here. Can you guys see the mouse?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
you can see it.
You can see I've got that lined up pretty well. That's lined up.
Mm-hmm.
And that's as good as it's going to get. And again, the blueprints are not perfect. These are actually some of the cleanest blueprints that I've messed with is this MMS. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, one interesting thing you'll find is usually the blueprints don't match the toys 100%.
They absolutely the blueprints don't match the toys, and this is like something I've kind of preached a little bit, that we're open to interpretation with this stuff, because the toy doesn't match the blueprints, doesn't match the box art, doesn't match the comics, doesn't match the cartoon. And like I talked about the ferret before. If you go watch the ferret commercial, the toy in that commercial is this prototype, and it's got these really soft, rounded features. It's got like grips, like brake grips on the handlebars. The gun on the front is completely different. Like it is the prototype. It is not the toy we got, period. And that same prototype is on the back of the packaging. If you look back there, it is a different toy than what came in that box. So, I mean, we're open to interpret these things kind of the way we want.
Definitely.
Exactly.
I mean, even with sort of listening to the designers for the current G.I. Joe team, they always talk about, how they have their concept or their first design, and how it has to still go through some minor changes before it comes out as a product. And,
correct.
Part of that is, the research and development, also like the child stuff and things like that. So everything kind of goes from, like you said, a blueprint to having to be scrutinized before it can become an actual product.
Yeah. And another level to that is also the manufacturability of things. When somebody designs something, when you create a drawing, anybody can make one of anything because of the techniques that are used. But I'm sure what happens in these cases is they pass the drawings of what they want on to the manufacturing engineers, and they're like, no, you need a thickness of this, you need a draw of this. This would be a 3-part tool, but if we made this change, it can be a 2-part tool.
Yep.
And it becomes a negotiation between what the designers want and what's realistic to build. So it's very interesting, you know, because I'm in engineering. I do product design for something completely different, but everything that I know about product design applies to what we're seeing here as far as toy making, which is, you know, kind of a neat intersection of what I do in my normal life and this.
Yeah, that's cool.
So I'm just trying to line this up just a little bit better.
Yes,
And
I see what you're doing.
I think that's about as close as we're gonna get, and that's not bad.
Okay.
All right, so let's power in. So the first thing, we're gonna knock out the easy shit first.
Well, do you want to get your sizing done right?
No.
Okay.
So
you're just going to build as like this and then scale afterwards?
Yeah, I think that's what we're gonna do.
Okay.
Just because if we go, you know, no, you're right. We should do it that way. So give me the what diameter or the thickness of one of the missiles, and we'll just base everything off of that.
Okay.
Because it's going to be the same width from every angle. So that's like when you've got something that's round, and no matter what angle you look at it, it's going to be the same width. So we can base the scale of all of these different blueprints off of the width of that circle.
Okay.
Actually, no, we can't because it's not there.
Yep, 13 millimeters.
13 millimeters. So here's what we're going to do.
Do you prefer millimeters or inch?
Millimeters.
Yeah.
All right. Same here.
We'll go over here. So this is pretty cool. So on the blueprint, again, this is in the browser window, and I apologize that you can't see it, but we're going to right click on it and hit edit canvas. Disregard. We're going to right click on it and hit right below edit canvas. It says calibrate. I click on that, and then I'm going to just grab 2 spots. It didn't like that. Try this one more time. Oh, I'm in the wrong. Damn it.
On the wrong plane.
All right, here we go. I was on the wrong plane. So we're going to right click, calibrate, and then I click one, I click the other, and then what's our width again? 13?
Yeah.
13 millimeters.
13 millimeters.
So I type in 13, enter, and now it's scaled up.
Yep. Now, did that scale up all of them, or?
No, this is why I was going to skip it.
Yeah.
Now here we are on the side one, same thing. I'm going to go to the browser. I'm going to select that blueprint, edit canvas. I'm on the right thing this time. And type in 13, enter, and blam, scaled it up.
Okay.
And with a little luck, everything's going to just kind of fall back in. So give me the, actually, you know what I can maybe do? No, I can't. So from the side, because we don't have missiles on the top view. So I'm going to kind of cheat it. I'm going to go to calibrate. I'm going to grab the wheel.
All right.
And that tells me it's 37.4, and we'll just go with that.
Okay.
So rather than change anything, I'm just going to remember that number, 37.4. I'm going to go to the top view. And calibrate.
Sides, yep.
Yep.
The other way.
Well,
And I'll go 37.4. Enter.
and that should
and yeah,
line.
There we go.
still pretty good, I think. Let me see if I can. Yeah, you know what? That everything's scaled up pretty nicely there.
Okay.
Yep. Nice.
So you can see right here though, even though I think the scale is pretty good, where we've got this is still lined up here, the foot's still lined up here, but you can see the tire isn't right.
A little bit off, yeah.
Yeah. And I suspect that's just because the blueprints again are not perfect.
Correct.
But that's gonna get us pretty close.
Yep.
All right, so let's get into this with some actual designing. So I'm gonna create sketch. I select the plane I want, and I'm gonna do a circle. So when I'm doing a circle like this, where I have a specific thing I want to reach, it's kind of hard. If I want to grab a circle that's, can you see the sketch palette over here on the right?
Yeah, we see.
Yes.
Okay, so this one is center diameter. That's like I would put it down and pull it out and kind of line it up. And that actually did pretty well, but I don't recommend doing it that way, because if you don't guess the circle right, you're off, and then you're stuck doing it again. So I like to do the 2-point circle, and then I can grab anywhere on that outer rim and then just
kind of
stretch
line
it
it up.
and line it up just the way I want. So
Okay.
just like that. So we're gonna grab, you know what, let's go over here. I'm gonna grab this circle, move it, bring it over to the edge that I see. Okay, and we're gonna grab this thing, hit E for extrude, come back to the front. You know, I should have done the other one. Hold on, because I can't see that other edge. So bring it over here, and you can see again that it's off a little bit, but I mean we're gonna get pretty close. So I grab that thing, I extrude, and kablamskis. We've got
That's your circle.
first bit of tire here.
There we go.
So these tires here are drawn with like a roundness, like an actual tire would have. Are the actual toy tires like that, Mike? Or is it flat as can be?
There is a slight bend, but nowhere near as dominant as what you're seeing there in the drawing. I think what I'm seeing on the toy is more of the nature of the tool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when he's saying the nature of the tool, here's what he's talking about. I'm going to do a sketch just to help illustrate this. So I grab that frame. I'm just going to grab a line and kind of bring it down the middle of this thing. Finish sketch. And we are going to split this body using that line as a tool. Okay. And now you can't see over in my browser, I've got these two different bodies, and I can turn them on and off one at a time. So now we're going to do a thing called draft. I'm going to grab back here. This is my pull direction, and this is the face I want to draft. And I'm just going to do 1 degree. Well, that was too much. So let's type it in, -1. Okay. And then I'm going to do the same to the other side. And it's going to kind of autofill that -1. Great. So when this thing is tooled goes into the mold, in order for the mold to be able to pull it apart, the pull direction is 90 degrees to this, straight that way and straight that way. And this line represents the middle where the two halves of the 2-part mold meet. You can't just have a 90-degree thing. It creates too much suction on the mold, and you end up with a part that sticks inside the mold. So you end up having this 1-degree bevel kind of on everything. And that's probably what Mike is saying he's seeing, is this 1-degree bevel.
Yep. And
that's a requirement of the mold making.
What's interesting too, looking at, and I don't know, so that's, if you notice the way that Mark's describing pulling the tool apart, you can actually see.
I'm going to pull you up real quick, Mike.
Okay.
So he's a little closer.
Yeah.
Yep, there we go. So let me see if that will focus in on that.
Yeah.
As you pull the two halves of the tool apart, it leaves a little line. That's referred to as a knit line. That's where the tool
was separated
together.
Yep.
And you can actually see that they integrated that almost into the design of the tire. You can see that line around the two halves.
Yep.
So that's exactly the way they built this. They kind of did a coconut shell
And just
with
pulled it.
the tire in the middle and then pulled the parts.
I'm trying to get, there we go. Okay. So we are 3D printing. We are not making molds of this thing. So we aren't bound by this requirement, but I would like to get more of a tire shape than this. So I'm going to Control Z and undo all that. Okay. I'm just going to get rid of this line because we don't need it. But what I am going to do is something kind of similar. So I've hit the create sketch. I got to select the plane that I want. Every time you create a sketch, you have to select the plane. And it's not, you can, once we have a shape here and it's got weird angles on it, you can select a face of your object as the plane. Like it's pretty handy. We're going to do that. I'm going to kind of guesstimate the middle of the tire. And we'll use this as our splitting tool. So I'm going to split body with that tool. Okay, so now I've got these 3 pieces. I don't want the middle piece. We're going to do a draft again. And this time we're going to go a little bit heavier than 1 degree. I think about there. It's kind of similar to that roundness we have there. So that's a 7-degree draft. We'll do the same over here. Putting that middle piece back in, and we are going to combine all 3 of those back into one beautiful piece. And I'm going to grab these 2 edges and I'm going to do a fillet. And basically what we're doing now is we're just rounding those edges that I created. Like that. So we've got a little bit more tire-like roundness. We are going to cut out these those shapes, but before we do, I do want to round these edges. You could do this either way, right? We could cut these shapes out and then go back and round each individual little edge, or we could do the whole edge at once and then cut out the shapes. And so it saves time. This is that workflow thing where you do things in the order that makes it the easiest for you.
There you go.
About right there.
Yep.
Cool. Getting nice. And then let's come back here to the front. And I'm going to create a design, hitting my plane, coming back in. Gonna grab a rectangle.
Out there, yep.
Just like that. And I'm gonna move this sketch out to the front of the tire, like so. And do another extrude. And we're gonna go in, that's probably a little too much. About right there, I think.
Yep.
And now, so you see how it turned red?
Mm-hmm.
Fusion automatically wants to use this as a cutting tool and perform a Boolean operation and subtract that material from the other one. That's not what we want right now. Sometimes we do, but not in this case. So over in the extrude window, I'm changing this from cut. I don't want join. I want new body. So I hit OK. We're going to grab these 2 edges and create a fillet. That right there, great. I'm going to turn the tire off for a second. You can't see it, but I'm renaming the tire right now.
Okay.
Because we're going to end up with a bunch of parts, and I want to be able to easily keep track. So I'm going to turn the tire off, and from here, I'm going to create a fillet on this whole thing. Fillets to me are pretty important. And it's really kind of a thing that can take whatever design you're doing to the next level. And if you look around in the real world, there are no sharp edges. There are no sharp edges.
Yep.
Like knife edges, sure. Okay. Yeah, there's exceptions to every rule. But if you look at anything molded out of plastic, there are no 90-degree corners. Everything has some degree of a fillet on it. the edge of your desk, the corners of your computer monitor, everything has a soft edge, and it's because plastic molds do not like sharp edges. That's where air gets trapped, and that's what keeps, it hurts them from being pulled out of the mold. So in the world that we currently exist in, sharp edges don't. So
Yep.
the more we can get rid of those in our sculpting, the better our designs are going to look.
Yeah. And another thing that's important to note is that plastic does not like sharp edges either. So as Mark just said, it's the tool. If you come to a sharp corner, if there's stress, that's where that stress will focus on. It will go straight to that corner and it will snap right off. By adding a fillet, it distributes the force at that connection point. So fillets actually make the plastic connection stronger as well.
Mm-hmm.
I love that you're an engineer. Okay, so we've made this little tool. So what we're going to do is come up to create, and we are going to do a pattern on a path, and we're selecting a circular pattern. This is on bodies. It used to always default to something else, but it's bodies. And then for the axis, we are going to just pick, it doesn't matter which one of these circles, but we pick one of these circles. And now we're just going to bump the quantity up until we get something we're happy with.
Oh, this is pretty cool.
I think I'm going to bring that back. So about right there, I think.
Okay.
So we've got that. Now we are going to create a mirror. Let me get rid of the tire.
Figure it out.
And we're going to just mirror all of these.
Yeah, we got a Facebook user that says it's so neat to see. Yeah, it's basically a workflow. You like Mark was always kind of mentioning, try to do things and make it the easiest way as possible.
Yep.
And so actually sitting down and getting a chance to look and see someone working, and you start to realize, okay, there might be a better way of doing this. Some people have even faster ways of doing stuff. And
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I know shit am self-taught, and I'm still learning.
Yeah. Well,
So, like, by no means is this the only way to do what we're doing right now.
yeah. And I'm picking up a ton of ways to improve my own workflow because I'll tell you, my Fusion 360 is sloppy. I'm just slamming shapes together. So I'm picking up a lot of tips from this myself.
So sorry. So all I did, I created a mirror, and then the mirror plane I used was this axis, the Z axis.
Yep.
So I had to slide everything back over. So this creates a little problem though. Actually,
If you want to try it again, you can create a new plane based solely on the tire.
mm-hmm. Yeah, I could have selected the problem is I would want it to be right down the middle of the tire. Which is of course doable, but it's just quicker for me not to do that.
Okay.
I could do it, and it would be perfect, right? If I selected down the middle of the tire, created a plane there, and then use that as my mirror plane, these would have landed right where they are right now.
Yes.
But it's easier for me. So here they are. So, but what we want to do is offset them so that they're not directly across from their counterpart. They want to be offset kind of in the middle, which is kind of simple in that we need to do a rotation. But if I try to rotate right now, it's going to use this dot right here as the pivot point. So they're going to slide out. So we don't want that. So what we need to do is reset this pivot point, or we can come over here to where it says rotate, and now it wants to know the axis. And I can just pick one of these circles as the axis. Oops, sorry about that. One of these circles as the axis, and now you can see my my rotation point changed, but I'm able to slide these right into the middle.
Yeah, that's dope.
Nice.
Yeah.
And I hit OK, and now it's thinking. All right, so now what we want to do is that Boolean operation we saw before where it turned red and subtracted. So we're going to go to combine. So we've got the tire here. Whatever we select first is the part that is like the main focus of this operation.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we're not subtracting the tire from this piece. We're subtracting all those little pieces from the tire. So that's what we want to grab first. And then over here in my combine window, I want to go to cut. So what we can do is come through and click and grab each and every little one of these one at a time. That's a pain in the ass. So what we're going to do, I'm going to hit cancel real quick so I can start over, is I'm going to come up to combine. And then over in my browser window that you can't see, it's just a list of bodies. And the only bodies that exist right now are the tire, which is on top, and then all these other bodies. And there are 57 of them. So that's how many things I would have to select if I went through and click 57 times. So we're not doing that.
Right.
But I can grab the tire, which is on top, scroll down to my list of bodies, hit shift, click, grab the last one, and it grabs everything. And I just need to switch it over to cut and OK. And now we've got it.
And there you have it.
Oh, nice.
All right. So what's next? We're going to start the kind of inward dig to the hubcap here. So we will go create sketch. And here's where, instead of selecting the plane, I'm going to select the tire, this flat bit of tire. So now, because it's a circle that I've selected as my plane, when I go up to the circle that I want to use to draw, it's going to kind of lock to the center of the circle that exists. So now I know I'm perfect. I don't have to do that guess thing. I don't have to do the 2-point thing. I can just go to right there. So we'll create that. And basically, I want to dig this out. There's a couple ways we can do it. We can do a split face. I grab the face, the tool, OK. So you can see it didn't do. Let me turn the canvases off real quick. It didn't do anything over here. It just split that circular face. Now I can grab the inner one, do an offset face. I can do it. I can do that. From here, we can do a split body. We can do the same thing where I grab the whole body, the splitting tool, and OK. And now I undid. So now you can see it went all the way through. Not only did I split that face and that face, but I created a whole new body by doing that. So if we were going to print these as separate things, like if we want this to be TPU or whatever, F69, this is probably the operation I would do. But I think we're going to kind of just have this exist as a single solid piece of plastic. Well, shoot. What do you guys think? What's it like on the original toy? Is it just paint that makes the...
It's plastic. Yeah, it's just a solid plastic piece.
What do you want to do?
I'd go plastic on this one.
Just one solid piece?
Yeah,
we are kind of pushing for time here. Okay, so that was another example, was doing the split body, and I created that hole all the way through. So I'm going to hit undo. There we go. Let me turn that off again. That just keeps coming back because I'm undoing through everything. And then the other option we got is we've got this sketch here, and you can see I can select the inner part of that sketch. That was an accident. And then I can hit E and extrude again, and that's gonna see how it automatically turned red and is cutting into the body. So that, like, all I'm saying is there's more than one way to skin a cat. Like, there's a lot of different ways we can do things depending on what our final goal is, right?
Yep.
So basically, I'm going to design a little. Well, the tires do need to rotate. Wait, can you show us the tires, Mike?
Sure.
Let me get back over here, and I'm going to bring you up front.
Yep.
So what I need to see, is it that little mushroom head thing?
It is.
It is?
Yeah. So internally, it's a little mushroom head, and then they use it's heat staked onto a metal bar that goes through.
Oh, it's a metal
the axle. So I can't really take the tire off without destroying it. But
interesting. So
yeah, so you can see the mushroom head on the inside, right about here.
Man, that's a little engineering overkill.
Yeah,
a little bit.
Okay.
Well, that was 80s. That was 80s design practice.
It's not like that on most toys. If it's the bar, it's heat staked or glued or whatever to the bar, and that's kind of it.
Yeah. Yeah. No, there's actually a pretty thick axis. There's a pretty thick axle on here. I think it's the same axle that they used on the Vamp.
Sure. But what we'll do is we'll create the little mushroom head. So anyone who prints this isn't gonna have to go buy a metal bar and figure that shit out. We'll have tires that can just pop on. I was trying to decide how to do this. We'll just do this cut just like I've got it. Right, okay. Bring the canvas back. And I'll just use that center ring as the thickness. So, all right. So same deal. We're just kind of doing concentric circles right now. We're going to do a couple of those. So this is going to be the hole for the axle. So I'm gonna punch this hole all the way through just right now. We'll just extrude scale that I'm not used to working to make it fit. Cut it. Yeah. Oh, I hear myself talking. And then with this, I'm gonna punch this hole all the way through just right now. Yeah. All right. Oh crap. We're at like 45 minutes and all we've got is like half a tire. So again, we're gonna select a circle plane, and we're still, even though that bit is missing, because I've got this circle as the plane, I can still snap to the middle of it, which is great. Right now, I'm going to create a little bit of a lip. So later on, when we have our mushroom head that's going to pop through the axis, this lip is going to be the thing that keeps it in there. So we're just going to come down. We'll just call that 1 millimeter, and that'll be what holds the tire to the rest of the thing. That little lip we just created. I do want to, we're going to go ahead and round this right now. I'm going to do a fillet right here. And that's just going to be our inside of the tire. I think that looks all right. Now, because I've got that round fillet coming down to this flat edge, I can grab this flat edge and do an extrude. And see how it comes straight out? And it creates a nice little lip for us to represent the hub. Just hit join. So I just hit join. So anytime you do an extrude, that extrude can become a new body. It can become a cut. It can do a bunch of different things. I just wanted to be part of that same thing. So I did an extrude, and let's back up real quick. If I had done an offset face, what you'll see is as I pull it out, it's going to kind of climb this rounded edge. It's going to not come straight out. So we'll do offset face and see how it's just staying connected to that round edge.
Yeah.
That was not what I wanted. I wanted that extrusion. So we could have that lip right there. That just looks nicer as a hub. And then we're going to put in, this is like a little bit of rounding detail. We'll do this real quick. So create sketch, grabbing that plane, grabbing the circle. And we're going to get these sketches knocked out real quick. Do that one. Do another one. Okay. And we're going to, for these, this is just detail work we're kind of doing right here. So we're going to split face. Split that one. Split that one. So we're going to grab this guy and we're going to offset face and kind of push this back in. I don't know why I just did that. There we go. So this is a little detail, and we'll round that out in a bit. And then this face we want to have in. So it's up from that groove, but lower than that other bit. And I'm going to do a chamfer along here. And, you know, I don't know if this is what the tire looks like. I'm just kind of having fun and making a tire that looks okay.
I mean, it's very similar.
So with the fillet, like I can grab that edge and do a fillet like this.
Yeah.
Down here, I can grab that edge and this edge, or I can just grab that whole plane, and that's going to allow me to do the fillet on both of those lines at the same time. So not too bad. I do want to do a little fillet right there. And again, on the inside of this lip. Not too much, just a little bit. They also make it easier for your printer to not have to do a 90-degree turn. So we've kind of got most of that detail. We're going to do these rivets now. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I don't think I've ever seen that in real life, but whatever. And we're going to, sorry, I kind of went through that kind of fast. So we're going to do a create sketch. I'm selecting the plane that I want. And then instead of grabbing the line, the rectangle, the circle, any of that stuff, I can hit this and come down to polygon. And there's a couple different ways to do it. So this has got 6 sides, and I can change how many sides it has if I want. I can't, because it's likely going to get FDM printed, I want to go a little bit bigger just to give the printer a chance to do this well.
Yeah, to find the design. Yep.
Yeah, so I can, if I grab one edge, it lets me move it kind of parallel to that edge. If you grab the center, it can kind of go all over the place. Do that. I like to double click and move it that way just to be kind of safe. Then I'm going to finish sketch. So this sketch exists on this plane. So if I grab it in the middle and do my extrude and bring that out, it's making contact. So I could do a join, but because I want to do a pattern on path operation, I'm going to do this as a new body and hit OK. And pattern, circle pattern, that body, this axis, bump that up to 10. I think I'm happy with that. Let's hit OK. So when I do bolts like this, I don't like them to be quite that uniform. I like to go in one by one, just kind of move them around because that's how bolts are. But we're not going to mess with that right now. What I should have done before I did that was come through and put a little. Let's do it. I'm going to do a little teeny tiny fillet on each and every one of these angles because I can't make myself not do it.
If it's any consolation on the toy, they're just bubbles.
Yeah.
Well, so this is more detail.
I'm going to do a circle pattern. This body, this axis, bump that up to 10. And OK. And that's it. That's the whole tire. Yay! That only took
20 minutes.
Yeah. All right. So one tire's done. So what's great about that is we'll just mirror this, and so both tires are technically really done. But what I also do need to do is all these little things are separate bodies right now. You can see how there's this blue here that it wants to kind of snap to and grab. You see that blue shade? Let me turn the this is like annoying shit because that'll potentially get in the way later. That's there because those sketches are on. So I can go into my browser window down to the sketches folder and turn off those individual sketches. You can turn off all the sketches at once by turning that folder off, but then if you draw something new, you can't see it. So my recommendation is if you see something blue like that, if you draw over it or you end up clicking on it for some reason, it's gonna kind of mess up what you're doing. So if you see that stuff, just turn it off because it will get in your way later on. And then those are all still separate bodies. So we're gonna do the same thing I did before, where I click on the tire and then go down to the bottom of the body list, shift, click, combine, and instead of doing the cut, we're gonna do a join, and that's it. Now we've got one solid tire.
All right, so there's a question says, how many hours will something like this take you to actually create?
If I wasn't talking my way through it, I'm confident I could do this MMS in less than 2 hours. And so like that's kind of the goal right now, is to try and get this done in less than 2 hours. But I'm moving more slowly because I'm doing this as a demo.
Right. And so, I mean, to really answer that question, like, yeah, Mark's moving at a snail's compared to how he usually moves. You really have to know your program or know how to navigate your program to do what you want to do. So, yeah, you have to understand when you're designing something and you're trying to pay attention to detail and stuff like that. It's going to take hours, and it could take, depending on how well you know your program, it could take you a lot longer. So,
yep,
that's something you want to keep in mind.
Yeah, I've done stuff that's taken me, 20 to 40 hours. Like it depends.
Yeah.
So we're gonna move on to the missiles. This is another thing where I only have to design one of them, and that'll be that. So again, I'm hitting create sketch. I selected my plane, and we're gonna grab the circle tool, and we're gonna do the 2-point circle, and just draw it out. I'm gonna hit finish sketch, select it. I right click on it, and this kind of circle window comes up. I'm gonna do move and copy. And it was still set to that rotate thing. So I just switched it back over to the free move tool. And now I'm gonna rotate it and lock it in at 90 from where it was. Hit OK. And now select it, extrude. Why is it doing that? Something's afoot. Oh, body's got turned off. Put that there. So one thing that's cool when you extrude is you can do one side, two side, or symmetric. That's symmetric. Let me see what two side is. I should be able to just, yeah, boom. So we've got the basic tube shape. I wish there was a better way to do this. So if I do the fillet, there's a couple different things you can do. There's variable. But it's, I don't know. I'm not a fan of how this works. So we're not doing that. If you do just the regular constant, you're kind of stuck with things kind of rolling into a perfect circle, which is not what the tip of this thing looks like.
Yep.
So similar to what we did with the tire, I'm going to split this and do a chamfer and then round it. Right. So we'll do a cut here and split body. And then I'm going to make that half go away, do my draft, grabbing that as the pull direction, and then that, and about there. So this is a bit of an operation, and there is likely another way to do this, and I don't know what it is. But I'm going to recombine that, and we're going to do that whole thing kind of one more time. just to change this angle again. So the reason we do this kind of one step at a time is, if I do a draft on like a middle piece, like where these two meet right here isn't going to line up anymore. So it's got to be kind of one at a time. So I can make that middle bit, turn off, and then draft. You see that's a lot more drastic. There we go. Okay, and then we're gonna combine all that. And we're gonna play. I'm not sure how well this will work. We can grab both of these at the same time and do our fillet and see. Yeah, that's not bad. Yeah, that works. I wasn't sure if I'd have to do them kind of one at a time, but that worked out pretty well.
Okay.
And we'll do this. And we don't
That's
want
cool.
that to be.
While you're doing that, there was another question. It says, do you create everything as a half and then just mirror to complete, like the launch platform and the missile?
It depends. It depends on how symmetric the thing is. I know with the shark, I tried to do that as much as possible because it was pretty symmetric. So yeah, it depends. It depends on how much detail there is. It depends on a bunch of different things. Because it's easy enough to grab, a line, the symmetric line, the mirrored line on each side, and like just do the fillet on both at the same time. Like there's a lot of things you can easily do. So for me, it depends. If I look at it and it's really symmetric, sometimes I try to do just a half and then just mirror that thing. So for these, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 kind of panel line cuts. So we'll do the create. We'll grab our rectangle, and in my opinion, these are a little thick, so I'm going to thin them up just a pinch. See, that's a millimeter, and then we're going to blow it up to. I'm going to do this at half a millimeter. And then it'll be a millimeter on the final thing. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. All right. So before I hit finish sketch, and I've got this just sitting there, I should be able to double click on it, do a move copy. And this is one thing that drives me crazy about Fusion is you have to hit this create copy button right here.
Yep.
That's the trick to doing copies.
Yeah, it's a terrible user interface for creating copies.
Yeah, the copy
function
is
way.
not fantastic.
Yeah.
And again, like this is all before I hit finish sketch. So what that means is that these will all be part of the same sketch.
So
there's
no keystroke to create a copy. You have to hit that button, is what you're saying.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
And this one I centered the other ones up, so I'm doing that one too. All right. So that's all of that, and then finish sketch. So I've got all my kind of panel lines there. So let's I think we're just gonna do a split face. And this is another thing, like I wish I could do all these tools at the same time, but you can't. So and so I performed that function, that split face function, and you see all the sketches just automatically disappeared. So Fusion likes to help you by putting things you no longer need out of your way. So it's automatically turned off that sketch once I've performed my function. So all I have to do is come back over to my browser, go to the sketches window, and turn it on, and you see it, they all came back up. But now because I've done that, when I do this again, they're still there because I've told Fusion I want it. So once I'm done doing all of them, I'll have to manually turn them off.
Turn it off. Yeah.
All right, and so I'm going to do that. I turn it off, and now I'm just going to grab all those faces, and we're just going to offset face. And this is the other thing. Fusion loves to point the arrow at your face, so you can't actually do the thing you want to do. I just got to change the angle. What's that? That's we'll do a minus 0.3. That's a tolerance that I really like. So we've got kind of all those little panel lines. And then just like with everything else, we're going to grab all these and do our fillet. All right. So I can't do it. Well, maybe I can. So I was thinking I could just draft that. But because I did that fillet, I'm not sure if I can actually grab the face that I want to use as the pull direction. Yeah, it looks like I was able to. No, nope. Nope. So what we'll do is kind of just what we did before. I'll create a sketch, grab the plane, think about it. There we go. And we will do it right there. And we can, instead of hitting, we can hit finish sketch, or we can hit this little green arrow here, or we can hit it up here. There's options. And split body, boom, boom, boom. Okay, I'm going to hide that, grab our draft. Not bad. Bring it back, combine. Cool. I don't really see any other major body details. We'll put in a little something back here. Create sketch. I want to grab that as my plane. Grab our circle. It should snap to the middle. Boom. About there. Finish. Just going to grab this, do an extrude, and let it cut. And then I'm going to do another draft on this. This is the pull direction in that, and I'm going to angle it in. And then we'll just do a tiny fillet back here. Another on the inside. Okay. And now we'll do the fins. So we want these to be coming from the center. Like, that's pretty imperative. If they're off center, it's not going to look right. Oh, there's 4. Are there 4? I thought there were 3.
4.
No kidding. That's awesome. All right. So we're going to create sketch. I'm going to grab this circular plane. I use the circle plane because it gives me that's the center right there. I know it. So I can grab a rectangle and do this center rectangle, let it lock to that center piece, and then just pull it out. And we're the blueprint's kind of off at this point. Do finish sketch. We're gonna grab that whole thing and move it. Oh, it's doing that nonsense. Okay. So because I had selected that center point, it's locked to that point. The quickest, easiest thing to do is just grab the thing, do an extrude, and I only want half of it anyway. So I'm doing that extrude, and I'm just gonna bring it out, and of course we're gonna select new body, okay? And I can just grab this face over here, and offset its face back over to about right there, okay? And for poops and giggles, we'll move this up just a pinch. And there's not, like, whatever this detail that's going on here, that doesn't exist on the toy, does it?
No. Again, that's one of those, differences between the drawing and the final toy.
Yep.
Yeah, let's see. I don't know if you can see the detail. There's a little bit, there's some notches right here, and then there's one thin line here.
Okay.
That's about it. They kept it really simple.
Okay.
Tooling.
They figured they'd break off anyway, so Well, I put in a lot of detail.
Killing me. All right. It's back up, right?
We're good.
I can't see it when I'm in Fusion. Excuse me. So I'm gonna make that go away, and now we're just gonna kind of do this. So there's another tool, or we'll do it this way. So I like using draft because draft creates a very clean corner. But we're gonna play with the chamfer tool real quick to do this angle. So I'm gonna do chamfer. And you can see what chamfer does, and it's got an option to do to distance, and that enables me to do this. And in this circumstance, that's great because this other angle is kind of buried. If I was doing a chamfer out here, if I was trying to match the corner over here, you end up with these like kind of parallel lines that could end up really close to each other, and it's just not good. You want nice clean corners on your pieces. So I'm happy with that. And I think we'll do chamfer again up here. And on that, okay, cool. I think what I'm going to do is split this body back here and kind of just offset these three faces to kind of give it this little bit of detail that we've got. So I'm going to create a sketch, grab my plane. I'm going to grab a box and just do that. Finish. And I think I'm just going to split these faces. I think that's the easiest way. That is my tool. Okay, and now I'm going to grab these faces again. Yeah. It's real easy to misclick things too in here. And we're going to offset face. Here we go.
Okay.
Cool. And I think we're going to do the same thing kind of here. So I'm going to create sketch, grab my face, and then I'm just going to use the line tool to cut in. It seems to kind of do something like that. Finish sketch, and then I think we split face again. I think that's the way to go. And then, just like before, grab those faces and do an opposite face. Okay. And I'm going to round these a bit more. I'm going to do a fillet here. I'll do another one, but I'm going to do this one a bit more drastic, just to make it stand out from the rest. And I'm going to put those little edge details in there. How do I want to do that? You know what we'll do? I'm going to create sketch, use this as the plane, and that should allow me to find, it's locking to 90. So this is another thing. Sometimes when you're drawing, Fusion wants to lock to stuff, and there's settings. It works for me most of the time, so I'm not going to turn the locking off. But sometimes, like, if you end up accidentally clicking on one of these lines, it'll move the position of the thing you're drawing too much. And that can be pretty annoying. Finish sketch. Did it not do that? Yeah, so because that locked here, it didn't want to. Let's see if I can do a move copy on these. I cannot because it didn't draw right. So what happened was when it locked down on this line down here, it kind of ended my drawing. So I just need to make sure I complete it. So I click and see how it considers that the end of the drawing, the end of the sketch, because it locked onto a line. So I should be able to click that thing and complete it like that. I'm not sure if it even did it. Oh, it did. Cool.
Hey, Mark, real quick, we got a question about where these stills will be.
The STL files?
Yes.
Yeah.
Juan, you can answer that one.
So we have our 3D printing group. We have a Sorlio reservoir that's in the group, so you'll be able to find it right on the group page. No purchase. It'll be right there. So Mark is throwing community a bone.
Okay. So to do the move copy function, when you're dealing with sketches, you have to do it before you finalize the sketch. So it's just a pain in the ass, but double click, move copy, create copy. Okay, finish sketch. And then we're just going to use this to split these faces. Ooh. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 faces to split because I had done that fillet already.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of times what I'll do is a split a body, but this body is attached to that one. So I'm kind of stuck with selecting everything. I kind of designed myself into a corner on that one. Of course, I got to turn that switch back on. But by copying and moving the sketch the way I did, I ensure that, because I didn't make this exactly 0.25 millimeters or something, like it was kind of freehand. And so to make sure without doing a bunch of measuring or writing things down, it's easier to just do a copy than to type in the exact measurement repeatedly. But now that I've got all those split, let me turn this sketch off. Okay, so I got all those, and we're just going to do our offset face. And now, because this line is attached to a curve, which is attached to a line attached to a curve, I can grab one line, do my fillet. Oh, yeah, now it's not going to work. What is it? Not be created, requested size. May have just jumped up too quick. So sometimes the slider moves too fast. And because this is such a small thing as it is, sometimes you need to just do these really tiny increments. So 0.03 works for me. And we'll make that the kind of what we're doing. 0.03. Dang it. Oh well. Wants to be a little punk today.
Yeah, a little difficult. And
that's
just
Fusion,
it.
man.
When you're working in a program, sometimes some things can be done a lot easier. Sometimes things get a little bit, for whatever reason.
But this is the kind of stuff that kind of sucks up the time, is putting in little details like this. Let's see if it'll... But I would also say though that these little details are absolutely necessary to make something that looks nice and right. Wonder if we can do it on the outside and get away with it. Thanks, Fusion. It's going to take me 5 minutes just to do this stupid.
But what I like about sometimes that difficulty or showing that you have to do this one by one sometimes is, it shows that sometimes doing the detail work is the devil.
Yeah, the devil is in the details.
Yeah.
So one option I've got right now, and I kind of did it on that last one, is instead of just doing kind of one at a time, I can do multiple. But I find if I grab too many things, if I'm trying to grab 15, 20, 30 little lines to give them all the same bevel at the same time, if I'm doing 30, I'll get to the 29th click and misclick, and they all deselect. So I don't like trying to do too much at once, just because it's often leading to an exercise in frustration. So we got a little bit of detail there. Let me bring the canvas back. We've got that kind of, I don't know what you call that right there, but a little offset face. Just make it a little bigger, and then do the chamfer right there. Typing away over there, man. Everything all right?
Trying to answer some of the questions that are coming in.
Okay.
We just had a question come in through Twitch. I didn't even know we were on Twitch.
Yeah, I put it up on my Twitch channel.
So, in my answering the last, that everybody knows about the 3D printing group, the G.I. Joe 3D printing group. So the files are in the 3D G.I. Joe printing group, basically. G.I. Joe 3D printing group, sorry.
Yeah, through Facebook.
On Facebook.
So if you're seeing this for the first time today and you're interested, when you request to join, answer the questions.
Yep. Mark can attest that no matter who you are, you will get kicked.
Let us
even if you work for the G.I. Joe brand for years and years.
Yeah, let us know that you're real. Let us know that you're actually a fan of G.I. Joe. And
that you're not gonna do inappropriate stuff in the group.
Stuff in the group or with the files, basically. Yeah.
All right. So prior to doing that fillet on all those corners, I should have done a draft. So I'm going to try and do it now. Looks like it'll work because of those. Oh, it might not work. Fuck. Damn it. All right.
What'd you break?
The world broke. I broke everything. All right. So that. Oh, there we go. All right. So I'm going to do a draft out here just to give this a little bit of just like that. Does the toy have this draft? See how these wings are, stick with the base?
Nope. It is a perfectly straight line.
I figured. So
which loves to be broken. As you can see, I actually have some glue here, where as a kid, one of the fins broke off.
Okay.
But that little
so
draft,
I'm just doing
yeah. That could make the fins a little bit stronger, actually.
Yeah, yeah. So did that, and now we will go back and redo our fillet. See, like it worked there. It grabbed up and around the corners.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, fillet is always finicky.
Yeah, and the thing to remember is that you're like, it's not just rounding a corner. It's doing a lot of math when I do this. There's a lot of math going on, and sometimes it's just too much. That's what I'm talking about. Sometimes it doesn't want to select. There we go. We'll see what this does. Not bad.
What I'm getting from all of this is your secret. What looks so beautiful. Everything's got a little curved edge on it.
Yeah, a little bit. Giving away the thanks for that. Yeah, I'm giving away the keys to the cupboard on this one. All right, so that's our fin. Let's bring our body back. Boom, and then we'll do our pattern on a circular path. That's our body. Grab an axis, and it doesn't matter which axis because they're all concentric circles. So just like that. Okay. And I think that's it. That
looks like it.
Oh, yep. Well, we'll have to do the way it attaches to the thing.
Oh, yeah.
We'll kind of cross that bridge when we come to it.
Yep.
Those are all our pieces, and I'm going to do a combine and okay. And
exactly.
You can see it when I'm renaming this missile. Apparently cap locks is on. So there we go.
Yeah, I like this comment. The secret word of the day, fillet.
Yeah. Okay. So we've got tires done, got the other thing done. I'm going to do the trailer hitch next because that's just like a nice, easy spot to start. And we're just going to draw it out. And we'll Boolean that in later. I'm going to make this a pinch thicker. See, I'm on the outsides.
Mm-hmm.
Just because, again, this is likely an FDM print. So I like to, if I know I'm doing something for FDM, I like to give it a little extra material sometimes. Because it just, this isn't an injection molded thing. Like it needs a little extra. So I want a nice 90-degree angle up here. So if I pop the cursor onto this, see, I don't know if you can see it. It's snapping to it, and it's giving me like a little blue dotted line now.
Yep.
I know I'm going to have a nice 90-degree. See the little line. So boom. And finish sketch. Select that. We'll do an extrude, and hopefully, are we looking at the back end? Yeah. I was hoping I'd be able to mock the thing. Can you hold the thing up for a second, Mike? And I'll take a.
Yeah, it's 13 inches. It's 13 mil across.
And it's just flat. There isn't any kind of.
Yeah. Nope. It's just flat.
Can you...
I take the controller. Well.
I didn't. You know what?
There's a little bit.
Got a top I could look at right here. I got it.
There you go.
I forgot we had a whole other angle to look at.
Yeah.
Yeah. How do I want to do that?
All right.
All right, we'll do it this way. I'm going to do
right.
symmetric.
Right. So your design.
Okay. And so it's right there is where that comes out. So we're
Back on
going
your design screen,
on the design screen.
we can see it. It's small right now. Enlarge.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
There we go. Perfect.
Okay. So kind of right where this line is where that comes out. So I'm going to do create a sketch, but I'm going to select that as the plane. Yeah, I think we can just do a line. So I can select on this line, this line that doesn't exist as a line in a sketch, because if you remember, I drew it from a different angle.
Mm-hmm.
But I can select on that line and create a line like exactly where that is. So now, how do I want to do it? I want to split this face with that line and the one on the other side. So we're going to grab that face and this face and that line. And there we go. So now I can grab those two faces, go back to my top view, and I'll just do an offset face like so. And then this corner, and this is going to kind of do the thing I said I don't like with the chamfer. So what's great is I can, and hopefully the other side's mirroring. Oh, I didn't do it. Try that again. Chamfer. There we go. And right there is where things get tricky. So what I've created are these two edges. Here we go. Real close to each other.
Mm-hmm.
And that is a problematic spot. I'm going to try and get it a little closer. And hopefully when we do our fillet in a little bit, that'll just kind of take care of it. But that creates issues right there, because those lines are never going to perfectly meet when you do a chamfer.
Yep. Unless you know the exact dimension. That's been my secret on that. If you know the exact dimension and you put it in by hand, they will meet. It's the trying to use the cursor to bring them in almost, because once you go past the plane, then the math blows up and the part falls apart.
Yeah.
Oh.
So not a problem over here. We'll just do our chamfer here. Great. So what do we need? We need the hole. How do I want to do that? Like so everything's centered on this axis here. So what we'll do is create a sketch. I'll just do it on that plane, no big deal. And we'll start with a circle. So if I let that lock right there, I can bring it down. Just keep it right on that axis. That's great. Okay. And then we'll do a rectangle for the other one. And I'm going to use the center rectangle. And do it just like that.
Mm-hmm.
Now for both of these, let me turn this canvas off for a second. I'm just gonna, that's gonna cut down through this. Is this part kind of hollowed out on the?
Yeah, it is hollowed out.
Yep. It's hollowed. Yep.
Okay. All right, so we're gonna do an extrude here. I'm gonna drag that all the way through. We'll come back and fix the hollowing out part here in a bit. We'll do that cut. And same thing here, we'll do this cut. And then we just need to grab the insides of these.
Okay.
And I'm going to turn the canvas back on so you can see it. And do our little fillet. Oops, too much. Yeah, the math crapped out. There we go. Okay, and lose the canvas. And I'm going to do a drawing starting here. And we're just going to create a little shape to cut that out. So I'm going to use the center rectangle tool.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to do it right there. And it's going to make a shape that's too big and doesn't work. I only need half, but we'll be okay. So let me get a little bit bigger than what was cut out, but still leave some material for the printer. And I'm going to do an extrude here. Well, yeah, I'll do the extrude. And we'll bring this back. And you can see where these lines come together, where it's cutting that circle out, and then they meet. That means I've got enough material. And we're not going to cut. We're going to do a new body. And then we're going to do this again. This is a bit of an operation. That's what this turned into. And I'm going to do my line here. I'm going to split body, that one, selecting this tool. And then this piece right here, just make it go away for all time. And then I can combine these, do a cut, and then everything is nice and sharp and clean. And there we go. What other kind of detail stuff I'm missing on this? I know I've got some bolts to do up top.
Yeah, then
Got this, this
those shapes are cut through.
Yeah.
Cut through.
Yeah.
Go ahead and show me on the
Oh, okay.
thing.
Yep.
Angle it so the light's kind of hitting it from the back, if you could, because the inside is the thing I'm not getting. Okay. Okay. Huh. Interesting. All right. So these are holes cut through, but this outer bit is like it's cut out of this piece here.
Yeah, go ahead back to the design screen.
Oh, thank you. Sorry. Trying to draw on the on the damn monitor. All right. So let's we'll do our cutouts first, I think. Great. We'll do it on the plane. See how I zoomed in there so I wouldn't click on this damn axis line?
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing that causes an issue. So we get that nice and parallel and blam, finish. Gonna grab that thing, do an extrude, cut it through. We're gonna do a new body, okay. And then we'll mirror that over this body, that plane, okay. That plane.
Yeah, object's not selected.
Oh, thank you. I swear I grabbed it. Okay, so now we'll just do our combine, get rid of those. So that's one thing. That's easy. This cut right here is the thing that I'm unsure about.
Yeah, so what that is all that cut you're seeing is a slight raise of material.
A raise?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh. Okay. Yeah, that's no problem.
Yeah, I don't know if you can see it, but it's a very small raise just to give it a little bit of a detail.
So what then is this thing down the middle?
That's also a slight raise.
Okay.
Yeah, so if you were to sketch out that entire plane where you see the where you see that, well, what you could actually do is do that whole inner area and then just drop it down. End result would be the same. Well, the end look would be the same. Your thicknesses will be a little different. Yeah, so
it depends on how you want to go on that one.
Yeah.
So I'm going to split all those faces with this. me get rid of the canvas, and I'm gonna raise all this up.
No, so that the area in blue would be dropped down.
Okay.
Yeah. There you go.
All right, so I dropped.
And then there is down the center. There's a rectangle that would be raised again. But
okay.
yeah, that.
But it's no wacky angles. It's just a raised surface. All right, we'll drop that down a little more, and then we'll go back and we'll do this other.
Yeah, and then if you just do that center rectangle and raise that back up to the same height, then that's about what the toy looks like.
So we got a comment that says we may have to alter the hitch hole size once we get the HISLab or the HasLab HIS. Yeah, I mean, you know, we don't know exactly.
Yeah, there's no way to guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. So true comment.
Yeah, I'm not really sure where the. I don't think we even know what height the hitch is going to be at.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's unlikely that it'll scale perfectly to the old one, the original.
Yep.
All right. I'm gonna kind of fillet the heck out of this middle piece.
Yeah.
Like this. Yeah, I gotta step this up a little bit. We're moving too slow. I'll do it like that. Boom. Grab a bunch of these angles.
So the question came up, do we know if this will fit the current vamp hitch in the STL files? We're really just basing this off the toy, so I think he's talking about Joe's.
Yeah, it could be talking about Joe's. I mean, there's a bunch of people have done vamps at this point.
Yeah.
And I believe they're all pretty close to the original toy.
Yep.
So based on that, it should work. But we won't. It's one of those things where you never know until you try it. Like I would do a test print. I don't even have a printed vamp. I don't have one. But I would, if that was my concern, I would do a test print and then make changes based on that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. All right. I'm getting out the sun.
Yeah.
It's not raining here, and the sun is peeking over my mountain range.
the Artois Mountains.
Yes.
Nice.
Yeah. So next week we're doing a vamp, right? Yeah, it still really surprises me that Hasbro didn't do this for the HasLab.
I'd rather see the damn Asp, and I think I might be in the minority on that one, but I love that thing.
So, what they kind of mentioned, and when I mean I'm talking about like the design team. So, like Lenny and
the future proofing. Is that where you're going with this?
Yeah. Basically say, yeah, we put it there so that if we put the hitch there so that if in the future we want to do it, it's all there, it's set up. So
yeah,
kind of one of those things where we were anticipating, you know, something to logically happen that they were just like, yeah, we didn't be okay for that yet. We're just making sure that if we want to do it down the road there.
I'm pretty okay with that. At the honestly, at the end of the day, we're getting so many figures with that thing. Like I feel like we got our money's worth with the HIS tanks.
Oh yeah,
and it's so big.
Yeah,
like we've been messing with these classified scale everything's long enough that like I think everyone understands how big these vehicles are at this point.
Yeah.
Well, you know that I'm just going to give a shameless plug or a shout out to my guy Steve, because he's really, I mean, he's cranking them out.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Jesus,
I don't even want to know how big that hovercraft is going to be.
Yeah, he just showed me.
Oh, is he
pictures
working
of-
on oil already?
Yeah.
He's doing the well. Showed me
Who's
pictures
doing
of some
Who's
of the.
doing the Night Raven?
Steve.
He's doing Raven too. I think right now he's got 2 to 3. He's got like 3 projects in the hole, right? You know, while Mark's moving around in the design. So, Steve just sent me pictures of some of the detail work in the well, and you know, the well is already feet or something like that. Like it's already huge. So
Yeah.
up by 170 or 180%. So that it's going to be crazy.
Yeah.
4-foot well.
Yeah.
That's
That's just insane.
almost big enough for me to sit down and canoe in the river.
The Artois River.
The Artois River, exactly. No,
So again, new body. So I'm going to try and do a pattern on a path and see if I can duplicate that. I may have hosed myself by doing the bevel already. Pattern on path. This is my body. And this is my path. Nope. Poop. Oh well. I can still use it to mirror.
Yeah.
That gets you pretty far.
Gets me pretty close, yeah. Mirror. Boom, boom, boom. What the hell? Boom. Get my plane.
Yeah. So for like those that are watching, if you're not really used to doing design work, there's a lot of quick that Mark is showing you. Like you don't have to go around and try to place place your nuts or your rivets or whatever in the individual spots. If things are symmetric, mirror them, slide them over, or get them into the spot. The quicker you can do things, the better. Like it's called time savers.
Okay. So this looks good to you guys for this front piece?
He's looking at it.
Yeah.
So what do you say, Mike?
Yeah.
So let's see. Yep, that looks pretty good.
Thinking. There we go. All right. We will do.
You got 15 minutes to finish it up.
Very well. Let's stop farting around then. All right. Yeah, I mean, we don't finish it. We don't finish it. It's not that.
Yeah.
I will finish it. It's just it may not be part of this. Okay, so let me look at the top. Okay. Okay. Do our extrude. Missed it. There we go. I'll go this way.
And that was a chamfer with the mirror on the side.
Well, I grabbed both corners.
Okay.
So when I did the operation, it applied to both at the same time.
Yep.
And down here is just one chamfer. And is that kind of it, Mike? That's the basic shape of it.
Oh yeah, that's the basic shape.
Is there anything happening on the front that I can't see because these corners are blocking me?
Let's see. So where you've got, there's these two features coming off the side. So this is where the arms are. So there's
I'm just wondering where those brackets are that come out and hold the arms. They're body blocking me from seeing any detail that's underneath the front.
No, there's not. It's basically straight down.
Okay.
The back, yeah, you've got that part in the back. The only part that you might not be able to catch is, let's see, there is a chamfer here, which is basically like a control panel type area right here. I don't know how well that comes across in the blueprints.
Yeah, that's a kind of like a final detail we'll get to later. I do want to. I want to get these tires where they can.
Yeah, the basic block. That's the basic shape.
Okay, let me get back to Fusion. Here we go. All right, so let me get the bring the tire back up.
Mm-hmm.
Are they standing off a little bit?
They stand off a little bit, yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Just the height of the mushroom head. Yeah, which you can actually see in the blueprint.
So that's our axis. And so on the other side of that, there needs to be a spot where it's thicker just to keep them from sliding and hitting. So we're going to start there. So I'm grabbing a circle plane on the tire for this so that I can get no shit the center. And I'm going to create the where it stands off. So this is the part that's going to have friction with the tire. So I don't want it to be too big. But it's definitely got to be enough to prevent the tire from sliding down. So let me turn the tire off. And I'm actually going to turn canvas off so we can see what we're doing. And so all that clicking around turned the sketches back on, which I don't want. Oh, it's because I grabbed on that plane. That's why it's doing that. Anywho, we are going to split face here and here. We're going to grab that circle I just drew. Okay, and we're going to grab those two faces. And we are going to offset face. I'm going to look at the canvas for this real quick, but it's certainly not the final word. I'll bring that out to about there, and let me turn the tire back on and see what that did. So pretty close. But we're going to bring this back down, and we're going to create room for things to grow. So if this was printed in resin, for sure, resin likes to grow bigger than your actual design and fill in space. So we want to have some extra space for that to happen. But, and if you have an FDM machine that isn't dialed in well enough, do the same thing. So I'm going to make sure I've got a little bit of an extra gap there. Okay. So we've got those. And again, this is where the tire is going to rub. And so that's our kind of friction point. Get the tire out of here real quick. I'm going to do a little fillet because that's my thing. It's with you, man.
Secret word of the day.
Yeah.
Everybody scream real loud.
All right. And we're going to bring the tire back up. So this time we're going to create our sketch. We're selecting that face that we just created, that circle. Grabbing our circle, it's from the center. We lock into the center here. Now we're creating the actual axle, and this is like the most imperative thing. We need to give it extra space. If we match it up exactly with that, the inside tire, we're gonna have to stand it down. It will never ever. It won't turn. It'll probably break when we try to put it on. We need to give this. We need to respect it and give it some extra space. I'm gonna go about right there. Hopefully that's good. And we're gonna do the kind of the same operation we did before. We're going to split face, that one, and this one, that tool. Okay, grab here, and offset face, and look at the tire. out enough that we can create a lip that'll hold the tire on, but not so much that it's distracting and overwhelming. And again, this is FDM, most likely it could be resin, but it sure as shit isn't going to be injection molded plastic. So we want to give it a little bit of extra. So I think about right there, yeah, good for me. So now, go ahead. Do you got to get going or something?
No, but you got a question actually about assembly required.
Oh, yeah, go for it.
We're seeing you're doing some cool things for assembly required. Will you be in attendance?
Yeah, I'm going to be there. I'm going to be there, and I'm bringing a lot of the Mark II design Etsy store stuff, like some of the old guns and everything. I should have some claws. I'm bringing a lot of my 112 scale vehicle stuff, the Ferret and my Prime truck, and I got a Skyhawk, and I'm bringing the 2-seat Shark. Just kind of like no one's ever actually seen most of that stuff in person, so I'm gonna bring it. But actually, I'm kind of hoping to plug my my Patreon a bit for at assembly required.
Okay.
Because like I really like doing these projects, and they're kind of getting expensive at this point. Like the Ferret cost me well over $1,000 to make.
Okay.
Yeah, like it's a lot, but like somebody should be making these things, and I think it should be me. So yeah, I could use some help to kind of keep that going. But yeah, I'll have some stuff to sell as well. So what I'm going to do now is create the kind of the mushroom cap on the end of this axle so that the tire can snap into it and then still rotate.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do is come to this angle, and I am going to, over in my browser, I'm selecting the tire and I'm going down to opacity control, and I'm putting it at 20%. So this is going to enable me to see, I think it's right there. That's the lip that I created. I should be able to select that face, and that should help me out. Yep. Oh, it's this one. All right. So we know that that line right there is the lip. So we want, again, to give it a little bit of play. So I'm going to create a sketch. Damn it. What's it? Oh, something happened. Create sketch. That's going to be my plane. And that's my line. So I'm going to do the other line kind of right there. Maybe a little bit off of that. Just like that. Finish. And for now, I'm going to turn the tire off. And we're going to turn our canvas off. And we are going to split body. This one. That tool. Okay. So we're going to offset this face. Bring the tire back so we can see the inside of that lip. And it's I can even see, you can just barely see it. You can see the bevel on that lip right there. So we want this to be big enough that the tire doesn't slip off, but not so tight that it won't rotate. So I have some standoff space here. That's a little bit tight, I imagine. Back it off just a pinch. There we go. And turn the tire off. So that'll be our kind of mushroom tip. So here's where we kind of get into some urgent thoughts. How are we printing this? Let's say FDM. How are we going to orient this print on the bed to make it kind of the most optimal thing? I think the bottom being flat on the bed is the way to go. That's me. Get good detail doing things at angles and stuff. So if this print's flat, like this bottom's going to be ugly. This is going to be ugly down here where we can't see it. Those are going to be our ugly FDM surfaces. And I'm cool with that. Does that make sense to you guys?
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
So if this is the orientation, that like the print bed is here, we want to do a split on this axle that's 90 degrees to the print bed. If we do it horizontal, we're going to end up with support material inside the axle that is going to just make it a little uglier.
Yep.
So in order to do this the most efficient way, if we know this is the orientation of the print bed, then we're going to split the top of that axle. Oh, I should have done that. We're going to split it this way, 90 degrees to the print bed. So create sketch, and I'm grabbing that circle again so I can get the middle. And so this split needs to be just slightly greater than the sum of this bit of space and this bit of space. Does that make sense? Because the idea of the split is allowing the two halves of this axle with that mushroom cap to come together and fit through the diameter of the circle that is the tire. So it's got to be twice the distance from here to here is how wide that split has to be. Because there will be no give on the inside of that tire. There's too much material on the outside. A circle is a very strong shape. So all the give to force this through has to be on this axle.
Right.
That makes sense?
Yep.
Yep.
And Mike, you agree with that?
Absolutely.
Cool. I don't feel stupid. All right, so we're going to give it enough room for this to bend without there being too much pressure and snapping. So like if I made this here, that's a lot of bending that has to happen on just a little bit of space. If I do it all the way back here, now we've got a very weak axle. So we want to have some solid axle for the tire to grip onto, but enough space for this to flex inward without being too much. So I'm going to go about right there. And I'm not cutting it yet. I'm going to do new body because I'm going to use that tool to cut the other side as well. Because if you remember, I drew this out. But what we'll end up doing is mirroring the mushroom tap and the tool that I'm going to use to cut it. We're going to mirror it all over there and then perform that function. So I'm going to call this over and just for my own, hit OK. For my own thing, I'm going to call this a different name. I'm just going to call it cutter. So I can turn it off and keep working here.
Yep.
So I want that nice and flush because we want that to not want to slip back through the tire. But out here, we want that to slip through the axle easily. So I'm going to start by doing like a draft out here.
Yeah. So one of the comments that came back from Facebook is rather than doing the push, the axle attached to the body, if we turn that to a pin, then you would flush up your wire, your tire, and then just push the pin from the outside to hold everything together.
Yeah, and then that would allow you to print the pin vertical to the print bed, and you have a nice circular axle.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's a great idea, but then it's more parts to print, and it means you might have to glue some stuff. That's a fantastic suggestion, period. But I'm gonna kind of continue with this because I'm already too far down this path. Bevel action there. So this is just like a nice kind of arrowhead to get this push started through. So we're gonna have this cut from the top, and so this edge and this edge are gonna push in, but there's no way for this edge and this edge to push in. There's no gap, so we have to cut those off altogether.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just going to create a tool to cut these off, and I'm gonna take a little bit of this material with me. Not even sure where this is in space. That's pretty close. I'll do a new body. Okay. I'm going to do a copy, move copy, blam. And again, just take a little bit of that axle material is coming off with it. Okay. And then we'll do a shoot. Yeah, I guess it's fine with me. We are going to do our mirror. And I could have done this all as one piece and then moved it over, and I didn't because I'm under pressure with people watching me. Grab all of those and the cutter. Select that plane, blam. So the first thing we're going to do is combine this guy, and we'll cut those. Do the same thing over here, cut those off. I probably could have done all that at once.
Yeah.
Just like that. Oh, it didn't. I hadn't merged that yet. That's why I didn't do it. Combine this and that. New body. Okay. And then now we'll combine all those and cut them out. Cool. So now we've. Oh, dang it. Ah! See what I did?
Yep. Order of operations.
Yep. All right. So for hopefully the last time, we're going to combine those. And now we should be able to combine all this stuff at once as a cut. I think I missed one over here. I did. Cut. Boom. Okay. So now we've got what we want. I'm just trying to show that. Why didn't that work?
What didn't work?
Were they not long enough? See how this cap?
Oh, I see.
It should have gotten that cut off too. Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it did cut off the cap. It's just you went deeper with the
other thing it was. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So again, we're gonna fillet this real nicely just to give it some more strength. Kind of zoom in a little too much. So it's being a little weird. Ugh. I miss having my full monitor, man. Do it all the way there. Great. And that's kind of that. But there's just things you got to think about to make those work. And I think that should do nicely. That's a bit of a deep cut. Like these are pretty thin right here, but it should be fine. Because once the tire's on, all the pressure is going to be on the thick part of the axle there. Cool. All right. What's next? We're definitely getting a little long in the.
Yeah. You might want to just go ahead and start working on the interface between the missiles.
Okay.
And the body.
So it looks like we've got like a cowl, and I'm imagining an axle in the middle of that, and then there's that body with a slider, like a pivot thing in it, right?
Yeah, so it is definitely a circle here with a single axle for the rotation. And then this is really just wonky.
Yeah.
I never liked this interface here, but it's just a single axle point, and then this thing raises and lowers.
Was it a separate piece that you snapped in, or was it like they assembled it? They glued those two halves together? Oh, no shit.
It's a separate piece.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's just this single axle piece here. This comes in, snaps. It's really wonky, and it never really held very well.
Okay. So from here, select that plane. I can't see it, but we'll be able to move our circle around once we've got it down. So I'm going to draw that in there. Yeah, what a punk. So Bring it up. So too big, no big deal. I'm gonna do this as a new body. I'm gonna do a little offset face. Right there. I'm gonna make that go away, and we'll do a draft. Okay. Let's bring that back. What's easier, to have a peg coming up or have a hole in there? I think we're printing it that way. So I think I'm gonna have a peg come up for the other piece to sit onto. I think that'll be your way to print it.
It could go either direction, yeah.
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 What's nice is the peg, you're not going to have to clear out material. If you made it a hole.
Yeah, it's just gonna plug.
Oh no, actually, what was our print orientation? No, a hole would be nice because then you don't have any material to clear. If we're printing bottom to top.
But if I print the peg here, I'll have the hole on the other piece, and it's still like, as long as the orientation's the same, right? Like it shouldn't.
Yeah, but
either way.
Yeah, but your piece for holding the material, for holding the rocket.
Are you able to pop that?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, that's on there pretty thick.
So I'm thinking about printing that middle piece, right? The piece that's going to directly attach to this.
Yep.
If that has a peg sticking down.
Yeah.
How do I print that? Just with a bunch of support material?
Yeah, you would. I would print it top to bottom, and then have a bunch of support material, and then make the bottom side ugly.
Right, but the question is, would we rather have a peg sticking down from that, or a hole up into it? Because then you can print it flat on the print bed, and it's not as ugly underneath.
That's true, but this is a rather small part, and having that large of a hole in it.
Well, it's not going to be, though, because we're going to do this at 170 something %.
That's true.
Okay.
Yeah, it could go either way.
Yeah, it can go either way. So I've already started, so we're gonna extrude here, and I can go kind of up in there like that, and that should prevent it from just falling off because it's so much.
Yeah.
Right.
And I'll hit join, and of course I'm going to do a chamfer, because I do chamfers just on everything. I'm kidding. I'm gonna do the fillet.
You're a fillet guy.
Yeah.
All
right.
Let's do it.
So I've got a bit of detail on this thing that I want to knock out now. How do I want to do that? Do it this way. I'm going to draw this here. Like that. Do a extrude symmetric, about like that. New body. Okay. Now I'm gonna let me turn the canvas off for you guys. Do a draft. That's our pull direction. Got that guy, and I'll just angle it over like that. Do my fillet. That might be a bit much, but oh well. And now we'll do a pattern on a circle. That's our body. This is our axis. I'll just pop that up. Okay. And now we'll just combine all this crap. Yeah, I'm just gonna click them out since you guys can't see my browser. Just super lame. Oh. And that's why. Damn it. It's the devil. I'm telling you.
Yep.
I missed one.
There's 2 more.
So 2 more? Yep. Okay. Great. And this is still a different body. Cool. So now I can grab. Oh, nice. Awesome. Oh, I hope this works. If this works. Damn it. That would have been nice. Ugh.
What were you trying to do? A group fillet?
Yeah, I was trying to do the fillet on the
That
whole thing at once,
Yeah.
and it just it doesn't want to.
would have been sweet.
Yeah. Oh my god, I'm gonna get about 3 more of these, and then I'm gonna accidentally click something, and they're all gonna deselect.
Yep.
But that's why I did the fillet on the cutter that I used.
You got 1 more.
Yeah, right there.
Yep.
There you go.
Thank you, man. All right, I'm gonna need you available for every time I design something, so I can count on you to
Be your
point out shit like that.
second set of eyes.
Yeah,
Eyes,
dude, no
always.
kidding. No kidding. So helpful.
Well, when we do the vamp next week.
Oh yeah, you know what? Perfect. That's our opportunity to get that going.
There you go.
Cool. I like it because it looks like the collar on Colonel Hawk's uniform.
Oh, yeah. Good throwback.
Thank you. I'll be here all week. Cool. So I'm going to do that wonky shape. It's pretty close to what I'm looking at here, right?
Yeah, it is. Now, it's a lot of cuts. So
let me. So this angle right here.
Yeah.
Does it just keep coming up and then down?
No. See that? What you're seeing there, what you're able to see under the missile is pretty much the shape of the part. Here it is without. So
okay,
when you take the piece
I'll
off.
make those meet, and then I'll do a. Okay.
Yep.
Ooh. Oh, you put it away already.
Oh, I've got it.
I'm thinking about doing it like 2 different chunks because I think that bit in the middle is. Yep. Yeah, I'll do that as a separate piece. All right. Perfect. Yeah.
Let's see if I can leave that right there for you.
Awesome. Thank you, Mike.
There we go.
All right. We're going to draft.
Pay no attention to the man behind the paper.
Done.
3.7. We'll do 3.5. Yep. Trying to make that go away. There we go. Let's get rid of this for now. 3.5. Good.
So, an interesting question came in. Can you split body on a mesh body in Fusion 360? I've never really dealt with meshes.
No, because you can't. No, you cannot. But you can import a mesh body and then convert to a B rep and convert that to a T spline. And then depending on how many polygons it has, it may or may not want to work. So
Okay.
You can re-mesh that T spline to turn down the poly count if you need to, and then you can alter that.
Yeah, it sounds kind of ugly.
Well, no, I just figured, like, depending on your poly count, man, you'd have to simplify so much.
Yeah.
Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Like that's how, like the couple of heads that I did, that's how I kind of hollowed them out and gave them the ball joint was in Fusion. I did that process. I brought it in as a STL or OBJ. You have to turn off your history. That's kind of the main trick to it is, if you can see down at the bottom here, I've got this long history line where I can go back and alter things that I've done. You have to turn that off and you lose all that information. And at that point, once you've done that, you can convert your mesh and then convert it again and then mess with your polys. So there's a lot to it. I gotta get a closer look at this thing. Can you hold it up just a pinch? Yeah, it's a lot of weird cuts that I'm not going to be able to really get an accurate. Let me talk amongst yourselves. I'm going to pull up 3D Joe's and he's got nice. Yeah. Oh, okay. So I have a nice, well lit, focused picture here.
Okay.
That's super helpful. Okay. Ooh, yeah. You know what? Like the blueprint's not going to do me any favors with that shit. So
we can go ahead and take it back to the design page.
Oh, thank you. Here we go.
All right.
Okay. Yeah, blueprints aren't going to offer a whole lot of help here.
Right.
But I was able to gather that we've got some shapes like that. Split face. Split face. No. Punk. Yeah, this took a lot longer than I was hoping. Split face. Face.
We might have been close to 2 hours had you not had to talk through it.
Maybe. Like that. I like to horribly underestimate how long it takes me to do things.
Yeah, but Juan, I have a feeling if we weren't here to push him along, he'd still be filleting the tire.
Probably.
Yeah.
And again, I'm going to need you available in the future. Oops. So let me try. So here's another little trick. I'm going to grab this damn thing and get that off. I'm going to, again, go down and turn the opacity down so I can see what I'm doing.
Oh, could be kind of far away.
Cool. Turn that back up. Just getting a peek over at the thing yet. Oh, I did it wrong. Oops. Oh well, it's a forever now.
I won't talk as much, so it'll help Mark move faster.
Where is it? Here we go. Combine this guy, this guy. Boop. All right, and then get our canvas back. So I'm going to do this other piece in here. And we'll add all that together. Yeah, the assembly required thing. I've got a lot of questions. I keep posting the, you know, one by one, I've been posting pictures of those weapons that I did. And just like, so people understand, like I just designed them. I didn't, I'm not the guy printing them, packaging them. I'm not doing any, I just designed them for the armor or what assembly required guys. So all the details about like how many are they making, how much they're gonna cost, like all that stuff isn't, that's not my my lane.
Hmm.
I'm gonna draft that out just a bit. 5. It was a fun little project though. Like it had been a while since I had designed something like a gun like that for 3D printing. So like I got real used to like making sure there aren't undercuts and stuff like that. And it was nice to, it was really nice to be able to not worry about that stuff and just kind of have fun.
Yeah, they look like some pretty cool designs.
Yeah, and those guys provided me, they had kind of already started the project, and they're both fantastic artists. And they gave me plenty of like reference and idea, and so it was just like a fun, easy project to do.
Nice.
So right now I'm just kind of working this into a more interesting shape. I'm not nailing the design, but
Yeah,
I think I'm getting close enough.
Yeah, I think to your point that, you know, that shape just kind of needs to look interesting. It's gonna be hidden by the missiles anyway.
Yeah. So yeah, it deserves some of our attention, but not all of it.
Yep. Is it worthy of fillets?
You you bet it is. How dare you, sir? Okay, and there's some detail-y features on there. Let me take a look. It's not bad. A little bit up top, a couple of bolt-looking things. Throw those on. Actually,
Someone said the top part is now backwards compared to the toy.
yeah, it's probably. I was wondering about that. If but again, like this is one of those things. The box art and the blueprint and the toy, like it's all different stuff. So like, ultimately, how it looks is mildly open to interpretation.
Yeah. But yes, and he's correct. I'm holding the toy now. So it looks like they reversed it. It's reversed in the schematic.
Yeah.
Or in the blueprint.
So just lots of combines and cuts. Oh man, that's not what I want. I want this. Sometimes it's just a lot quicker and easier for me to just do a lot of these like Boolean operations. Like right here, we've got some interesting angles that I just don't feel like working it. Body, okay. Cool. Now the toy, this looks like a bit of a some kind of bolt, and I imagine it's supposed to represent the hinge, even though it is not.
Yeah, there's some sort of a round feature, just kind of sticks out. I don't think it's really intended to be anything other than just, hey, what's an interesting shape we can throw on here? Because it's only on one side.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Well, oh, here it is over here. Is it that thing? That seems
Yeah. Yep, that would be it.
That's too much. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't think it looks like that in the it doesn't stick out that much on the toy.
It sticks out to be even with that other piece that's sticking out.
Yeah. So I'm gonna do a
Fillet. A fillet.
I just did a fillet. No, I'm gonna do a polygon. And then we'll finish that off with a nice round top. Can I not grab it? Huh. Create here. Why isn't it giving me the
circle, the center point?
Yeah, there we go. There we go. All right. I think I can fill it this later. It's just that's just fucking busy work. So what I need is a slot.
Yep.
Down the center of this, and then an axle for the other piece to pivot on.
Right.
Let's do the let's get this slot first. What's the thickness on the on that slot, Mike?
Three millimeters.
So I think we'll do four, like a 4.25 maybe.
Yeah.
You want it to be? Oh shit.
Well, that's the 3 millimeters.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I'd make
doing, yeah 4.3.
I go 4.3.
cut, and that shouldn't interfere.
There's a lot that the piece itself at its thickest part is 3.
Yeah.
And they've got a huge amount of interference. I mean, you can see on my toy that it's just all scruffed up to just from rubbing. I mean, they basically did a really tight friction fit on this, and it still doesn't hold very well.
All right, let me put you up. Can you show me that piece? Can you show me that again?
Yeah.
Pop it out if it's not. Okay.
Yeah, that pops out pretty easily.
Okay, so where that axle is, so we're kind of guesstimating. I think it's going to be like right around here.
It would be. Bring up the picture. Bring up my camera again. So the axle is like right.
Oh, it's really up there.
Yeah, it's really up there.
High. All right. All right.
Work was killing me.
Do this.
Here you go.
Kind of up at that point, and we'll do it about that big.
Yeah, so it's right about here. Right about there. All right. You can go ahead and switch back to the design page.
Thank you, gosh. It's not easy being cheesy. So it doesn't have a lot of play over there.
Yeah. You can move it forward a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is one of those designs that you really, to make it right, you really don't want to copy what they did with the toy, because the toy is not great.
And yeah, I can't even see. I can't see any of the other thing.
Yeah.
So that's worthless. So let's draw something. Excuse me. Let me take a quick peek at another picture. Yeah, there just aren't any that don't have the damn missiles loaded up.
Yeah.
Right.
All right. So if you could hold it up for me one more time, Mike.
Okay.
Just that piece. Okay, this looks like the tail fin from a damn aircraft, and then it's got the pegs. Okay. And it's got to go off in this direction.
All right, go back and switch back to the design page.
Oh gosh, thank you. I'm sorry about that, guys. It's this is weird. And we made that 4 and change. I'm gonna make this 4 even. And once it gets scaled up, it'll be even thicker, and that extra should handle it. So let's deal with this first. We're gonna, again, do our concentric circle trick, and we're gonna give this some extra material. Do an extrude. We're gonna create a new body. If we did that cut, it would also get rid of that axle that I have floating there.
Right.
So that's why I don't want to just cut. I can do it that way. So now I've got both.
There we go.
And then we need to so what do you call it? What do you call it when you round?
Feed it.
That's a chamfer.
Chamfer. Yeah. Yeah.
So this is a little bit of guesswork, right? Like, I'm sure there's a way to know the strength of the filament you're using and, you know, make that like exactly the right amount of material to grab and do what we want it to do. But we need this piece to pop onto here. So we don't want to give it too much material to have to flex. I think we're good. Like let me see if I can draw a line down the middle. So just for the sake of argument, if that's half, anything over half should begin gripping. And we've got a good amount of material that's come around. So I think we're good. I think we'll be able to pop this on and have it work. So we'll see. And the other thing that's nice is when this prints, because we've already decided we're printing this is the bottom of the thing, the underside of this axle is going to be the ugly part. So I think this works nicely for what we're trying to do. So I'm going to go ahead and take care of these. Ah, yikes. Let's do 0.2. Sure. All right. So now we're going to have like a piece here that's going to be the part that sticks into the missile, right?
Yeah. And the way they did it in the original toys, it's just a very thin line and a very thin slot on the other side.
Okay. And Mike and I were talking earlier, we kind of want it to be the dog bone or keyhole fit.
Yeah.
So we're going to 8 mils, kind of a lot. Something about there. And again, so thinking this is going to be an FDM print. I know a millimeter is too thin. Is 2 millimeters wide enough for this to be solid? It's going to be, and then it's going to not quite double. I'm going to go 2.25 or yeah. I'll go one. Yeah, I'll go 2.2 mil thick. So we'll do 1.1 symmetric body. Okay, so it's pretty thick. Let me bring in a missile. Now, how's that work?
So the connection point ends up being in front of the fin.
Okay,
so
and this is what we were talking about, how it's reversed.
Yeah, I think what they did is in the design they've reversed. Yeah, that whole piece is kind of reversed.
Okay. So it's safe to say, basically, I'm fine designing it the way I am, but when the missile goes on, the missile just goes the other direction.
Yeah, I think that's about right.
Or is this backwards? And this should be.
So I think that it's weird because, like, if you take a look.
Yeah.
That's kind of.
Okay. No, we're fine. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I think it falls under close enough for a 2-hour job.
Yeah, well, I think we're a little over that at this point, but.
Yeah.
All right. Missile go away and. I'm gonna
thin
it out.
Backwards, but which part is backwards? If they can help us out.
Yeah, so arms pivot, the missiles aim up. Yeah, so the missiles are, so the schematic is complete. I think the blueprint is completely backwards as far as the way the toy ended up.
Okay.
But yeah, I think, Mark, if you took a missile and rotated it 180 degrees from what it is, so it won't match the schematic, but I think that will work fine.
Okay. All right. That's fine.
All right. So that's our dog bone. Let's combine this. Cool. That probably needs to be a little taller, huh? And that'll give us plenty of grip.
Yeah.
On the missile. So let's before we move on to the two side pieces, I'm gonna grab this missile and
rotate him 180 degrees.
Yeah.
There we go. And then line that dog bone. Yeah, right about there would probably be good.
And it can go flush, and then but this doesn't connect. So that's it right there.
Yep.
Okay. So we're gonna take our dog bone piece, do a copy, move that one down, and then this one, I'm gonna move that up ever so slightly. But the main thing is we're going to grab all these outer edges and make this guy go away. And we are going to do an offset face. And that should make that work. And just so we're nice and thorough. All right. So what I just did was made it bigger inside the missile than the actual piece.
Right.
And then just like everything else, we'll do a combine. And then it should be right there. So now when we look at it this way, it's got a little bit of extra play around there. And that should be good enough. Hopefully that's not too damn tight.
Yeah, the comment just came in and said that I have it facing wrong on the toy, but I don't think that's correct.
Like instead of hooking in this way, it hooks in that way?
Yeah.
So if you turn the missile,
and it very well could be, but that would.
Oh, and then
turn
the
rest
missile
position, it would be firing into the ground.
Well, you just flip the missile.
Yeah.
So it's angled up.
Yeah. So that's the way that it should be.
Okay. Can you pull that back so we can see it?
There we go.
Yeah. All right. I don't think it makes any difference to the design.
Right.
As it is, because they're still we'll just rearrange the parts. I do want to kind of keep powering through here. All right, so missile can go away. I can turn all this crap back on. And that thing needs to move back up. All right. But I mean, that piece is just super plain Jane like that, right?
Yeah.
Thinking, okay. And canvas. let's assume this is pretty close to right.
Yep.
We made it 4.25. I think was our thickness we went with. Do those have any kind of angles or anything? Can those two side flanges, are there angles at all, or are they just?
There's a little bit of an angle. There's a little bit of a shape to them. There it is from top down.
Okay, again, kind of tail fin. Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Yep.
I'll just do. Let me get rid of that. Like I really want to, kind of want to draft it a little bit, but I also kind of really want to get this done now. All right, so right now this is a separate body. So I'm going to grab those two sides, and I should be able to do just a fillet along all those outside edges. Cool. And now I'm going to merge those bodies together, combine them. And now that those are one, I can grab those lines and do the same thing. And because of this round edge, round line, round, it should circle all the way around without me having to click on everything. Yeah. Okay. So now we're going to grab our dog bone. I'm going to make sure I hit my copy button.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of eyeball the center of that and bring this out. Okay, and then we'll do our mirror. And that should be it for that piece. I think that's it. So we're gonna make all of that one piece. I'm just naming this so I know what it is. I'm gonna call it mount. Make mount go away. Right now, that, and that. I'm gonna make those go. Oh. And that. So those three pieces are one thing. And then this down to here. I'm just doing some combining operations. So I've got a few less independent bodies floating around. Cool. And this and that. Combine. Okay. Just so we can have a kind of a look at what we've got here. Let's just kind of put it all together. And my tire is still not totally visible. Okay. Yeah. Mirror. Nope.
Yeah, so just to confirm, I'm taking a look at some pictures and taking a look at the toy, and I think I have had this built backwards per the Facebook comments.
Okay.
So I think you can actually take that missile and let's see. which I think may actually be right based on how you have it built. You flip it over to the
side is, 1 moment. Yep.
Yeah, so that's built correctly.
Okay. What is that? Oh, that's the thing I said. I'll make it go away and never see it again. Oops. Okay. So now we've got that leg, and another leg thing here, and then like a little bit of detail stuff. But we're pretty much almost there. So that's exciting. All right. Damn it. There we go. Canvas. So we'll do these arms, or we'll do this attachment part first. So let's do it this way. I'm going to create sketch. I'm going to hit that angle. That is my face. And this will make sure I've got like a 90-degree kind of to it thing. I'm just going to build a little rectangle. And yeah, I have to extrude. So we're going to extrude. Go about that far. One, draft. Okay. There's a bit of an angle there. I'm going to see if this works. I'm going to try and do an offset face. Cool. And then I'll do another draft and just pull this bottom part down. Cool.
Okay.
And same up here. All right.
I'm not hearing the predator on my side, so.
What's going on?
Every now and again, there's sound.
Oh, I hear it. Yeah, it's like a clicking. It's because it's Mike's keyboard.
Is it?
Mm-hmm. It's your keyboard, and then you hear it, so it echoes. So.
Oh, okay. That could be it.
Turn around. Turn around. This is an odd way to be doing this. So I'm gonna this is the cut out in that side arm that the leg foot thing is gonna plug into. So kind of like before, I want to have enough material to grip, but not so much that I can't slide it in. So if this is my center point, I think that I'll of course round that enough, and I think we'll be okay. So I'll do an extrude and cut that out. No, normally I've never done it this way before. Normally I would do this at a very much a right angle thing, and then maneuver it and attach it after. That would be my normal workflow, but I figured I'll try something a pinch different. So I think that might be too much. We'll try it like that. We'll see what happens. Do we have any detail on those things, Mike? Is there any detail on those bits, or are they just kind of?
No, they just stick out. Yeah, they're. Yep, zero detail.
Cool. So, I want to do a pattern on a path for this. I don't want to do a copy because it's built on this angle. So I'm going to grab. Did I attach it? Son of a gun! I did a join when I made it.
Well, you don't have to. You don't always have to step back. Sometimes you can do a right click on it, edit feature.
Yeah, let's
try that real quick.
I've had so little luck doing this.
Okay.
No, yeah, fuck this. Sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
So it wasn't attached to the main hitch, the main body. Okay.
You know, I can probably come out here and see how much it. Let me get rid of that missile. Yeah, there we go. And I don't want to join. I want a new body.
Yeah, I really wish it would default to new body.
Oh, yeah.
I don't understand why they did well, I think it comes down to they really want you to be dealing with components.
Yeah, they do.
And creating an individual component for everything and then
merge it together.
Yeah. But their assumption is if you have a part and you're changing that part, you want it to be part of it. But that's not the way I've been doing things, for better or for worse. But yeah, and I'm afraid, Mark, I'm starting to hit my I have a hard stop at 2.
Yeah.
So I'm going to need to drop off in a couple of minutes.
I'm sorry.
Well, if you hadn't been filleting everything.
I know, right? It's a problem, and I need help.
It's an addiction.
Damn tire back. All right.
Yeah, but this has been awesome. Thank you for doing this. I've learned a lot myself. Hopefully, it's been useful to others as well.
Yeah. So so the thing I've been playing with lately is this program called Mudbox. Have you heard of that?
No, I have not.
So Mudbox is another Autodesk product. Same people that do Tinkercad, same people that do this, Autodesk. Now, Mudbox was created by the folks that I want to say did Jurassic Park. And it was a way that they could put textures onto meshes quickly and easily. That was the plan. Let me see if I think I just host that up again. We're gonna call that good enough. So in theory, you can take your mesh, your STL, your OBJ, not your STL, your OBJ, your FDX, import it into Mudbox, and then kind of paint textures on. It's all bump mapping, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And so far, I haven't had a lot of luck with it because you need a lot of polygons to do it well.
Okay.
When you start dividing polygons, you lose the original shape. And I haven't figured out how to, dang it, I haven't figured out how to fix that yet. So I'm doing pattern on path. That's my guy. This is my path. See if I can see this thing up top and go about there.
There you
go. I only need 2. I just don't want to be over this edge. And I am just ever so slightly. So we'll bring it back and okay. Cool. So now we're going to go back over to this face. And I should still be able to grab that circle. I can. So, and again, we're going to make sure we've got a little bit of play. It wants to snap. Okay. We'll do an extrude. And kind of manually scramble that over there. And we're going to bring it out a little bit and give it some extra. I imagine the toys like this as well.
Yeah, a little bit of extra.
A little bit of extra. And that's the perfect place we can do this. Perfect. Yeah. Oh, nice. So that's the very top of the leg. And it definitely sticks out. It doesn't follow this angle. It kind of juts out.
Yeah, that one's going to be difficult to do because in all of the blueprints that you see, it's going to be at an angle.
Yeah, I'm just gonna freehand it. So about here, I come down to there, bring it out, bring it up. Okay, and cool. And then I'm just gonna basically cut out these shapes, and then we'll be able to go in and just, fillet it.
Doctor it up.
Yeah. Oh, sometimes you can, there it is. Okay. So we're gonna do some just rounding up here. I can't tell if are those all kind of like tubes on the?
Yeah, they're all intended to look like tubes. Well, it's kind of hard to say. The top one, the outermost one, is more tube shaped. Everything else is kind of rectangular with rounded edges.
Okay, bring it in like that. Yeah, and there's some detail stuff going on, but nothing amazing.
There it is. There's the Predator again.
I don't know what that was.
And I'm kind of off. I'm building this in a weird spot. Normally I like to stick to the axes and use those as center points so I can make sure that everything is perfectly centered. We're pretty close though. Seriously, we're almost there.
That's it. A matter of details at this point.
Yeah,
yep.
I mean, I got the back leg to do, but that's not a big deal.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I do need to go ahead and drop off.
All right. Thanks for helping out. Thanks for
Certainly. Thanks for doing this. This is awesome. Can't wait to see the final product.
Yeah, you can print it and let me know if it's any good or not.
I'll let Juan do that.
Oh,
Yeah,
He's got the large scale stuff. I don't think this will scale down to my scale.
maybe. One of these days, somebody's just gonna up and gift you a damn cheap ass resin printer, and that's gonna be it. You're gonna be done.
Oh, that would be nice. That would be nice.
Yeah? All right.
I just don't want to deal with the chemicals.
Yeah. Okay, I'm not even gonna say it's not that bad. It can be sometimes.
Yeah. No kidding.
Yeah, that's kind of my problem with it. Though I may have a source for someone to do some resin printing for me. So
There you go.
we'll see how that works out. All right. On that note, I am going to go ahead and drop off. Have fun finishing it off.
Thank you, bro. Thank you.
Yeah, man. I'll talk to you soon.
Yep. Thanks, everybody.
Yep.
Bye.
Yeah, a lot of people already kind of split. Oh, crud. What? What? That shouldn't have done that. Offset face. Nope.
There you go.
All right. Very well. I will split body. You will do what I want you to do.
3. Yep. Got a piece there.
Just gonna tuck that away.
Just hide it. Yeah.
Yeah. And this kind of angle down here looks like it doesn't hit the deck, so do it that way as well. Ugh. Wish we had some music, right? Normally, that's what I do.
Yeah.
I'm rocking out normally when I'm doing this.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm just kind of doing some little detail work in here just to make this thing look interesting. Should be fairly close to the original, but I don't actually have a fantastic. It's definitely easier if I have one like right in front of me and I can measure little things and.
But like we said, interpretation, this is going to be scaled up, so you can probably put.
Yeah, and that's a big part of it. Scaling it up, you'd be surprised how much it really changes how you perceive the thing you're looking at.
Mm-hmm.
Since we're talking about it, like the ferret really like surprised me at so many turns how big it is, and it's just so huge. And I you know, as soon as I started looking at how it looked when it came out, like I was like, man, this thing is just way wrong. Like I really screwed up the scale on this thing. But then I'd go out and I'd double and triple check, and it's just how it was. It's just so big.
I was shocked when I saw how big it was too. I was like, wait a minute. But yeah, if you look at like some ATVs and stuff like that, they got size on them.
They got what?
They have a little bit of size. It's the ATV. When I've never ridden one for real, but I went out and checked them out. I have a Yamaha store up in town. I went and checked one out, and I was like, yeah, it's got a little bit of size.
Yeah, I mean, not like this damn ferret though.
Not like the ferret, no.
But it's I don't have those pictures up, but like, so if you've got one, you stand a figure up against the back end of it, and the back end of the ferret is up to its shoulder. The tire, if you stand a figure next to it, the tire is up to the cross joint. It's big, and it's like, and I mean, those are the points where I started scaling it. It's like just matching the size of what I had to, a classified scale figure, and it's just huge. And I put it next to a HISS tank, and it's no shit with the missiles on. It's as wide as the HISS tank, like it's just really big.
Wow.
And you don't, as a little kid, you just sort of hit the I believe button. Yeah, I don't think this is quite the way the original is, but I I think this is what mine's going to look like.
Well, I mean, it's close.
Yeah, it's a little, I think it's a little wide, and that's okay.
Yeah.
So now the tricky part, let's grab this thing, and we're going to move it into position.
Yeah, rotate and match it up. Yep.
That's where I went wrong, is the about there, and then I'll cut the back end off because we don't want that sharp angle.
Yeah.
This, I should be able to just pull that up. Cool. So I gotta I'm going to go ahead and move these or mirror these over, connect it all, and then make it disappear so I don't have to look at it.
Mhm.
All right. So mirror these guys. There. Boom. Then I'll combine all that. Where, oh, there it is. Okay. And let's get rid of the canvas. So all I'm looking to do is kind of clean up this back edge.
Mhm.
And because I'm building it at this goofy angle, which I probably shouldn't have done, it's just a little weird. But we'll figure it out. Okay, now let's move this around. Really? Okay, so that's all connected. And then for the sake of making it nice and strong, get in here and fill it all that. Yeah, I shouldn't have built it on an angle.
Yeah.
Figured I'd give it a try. Oh well. A lot of little shapes going on right there.
There it is. Yeah.
Here we go. See if this works. Huh? I didn't think that'd work at all. It doesn't usually like that kind of math. Okay. But I think that's what we need. So this is sticking out kind of far from the thing.
Yeah.
So if we were to set it down like that, what's to prevent it from flipping up? So there's got to be some type of locking something, right? What's locking it from just folding up when we sit it down like this? There's got to be like a little something in here, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. Let me take a look at a picture real quick. See if I can spot. Because it's gotta go up, and it doesn't matter about down. So when you set it down,
When you set it down, it has to sit kind of flush or in huh.
and it's actually got like a right angle thing. There's another thing back here, and that would do it if because the force coming straight down on it isn't going to push this up. So a bit that comes down and then over, and it's like I can't see it on the.
It says the top bracket on the main body overhangs more. There's a notch where the vertical tube locks in.
It does. It has a notch, so we can just build a little notch right here. It's just got to be able to rotate out. All right, so that's our plane. We'll do kind of like we did before. We'll do and this is not the notch that they have. This is not the original notch. I'm just making shit up at this point.
Well, someone has a photo. He says, "Wish I could have a photo." Let's see. Try to see if. Can you, for my user, can you send it to my messenger? Maybe I can.
I mean, I think we're okay.
Okay.
Let's go underneath. Damn it. So I'm choosing to have these notches not extrude all the way out past. It just got to be enough to grip it.
Right.
Do that. Okay, so in theory, that's got to rotate out. So this needs to kind of go away a bit. Because there's no way that rotates straight out. So should be able to. Crap. That's not what I want. Well, maybe it is.
I mean, that might work.
Well, it's making all that bigger.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. This is one of those we'll have to do a test print situations. For sure. I'm going to bring this. Damn these angles. It's not helping.
Rough. Yeah. I'm trying to look at a few different pictures and see if I see anything.
So the problem is I just made this change to these pieces. There we go. So I should be able to no, that didn't work. It's this guy here. Can I delete this feature? Cool. So I was able to successfully delete that feature.
Mm-hmm.
So I can now, I don't know if I can delete those pieces though. That's a little trickier. Let me see. Whoa, that so rarely works. That so rarely works. Okay, and I lost a little bit over here, but that's okay. So we'll go back to this. That's cool. Okay. Oh man, dude, that never works for me. I've had so many issues trying to mess with features. So many issues. Those are two separate things. Okay, so we're going to kind of redo those steps. I'm going to grab those guys, do my mirror plane. Now they're over there. Now I have to do the mirror for the tool that I'm using to cut the thing out. Okay, and that worked. So I'm going to join this piece with these pieces. Okay, now I can do the combine where I cut out that and I can combine and cut out that. So now they're all the same. Let me hide this guy. I don't even know why that was there. And this is pretty important, is this front edge, because it needs to allow the notch to rotate.
Right. Very interesting. Well, we'll see if this works. I in the group chat a picture that kind of shows the back of that a little bit more, but like that area a little bit more. But what you have is just a different interpretation of how this could work.
All right, we're gonna try it like that.
Mm-hmm.
And then this chunk right there is the piece that's gonna actually do most of the notch gripping. So I am gonna give it a little bit of a fillet, but not much. Where did I put the damn arrow? Here we go. Okay. That should work. And I like these, honestly, the legs as they exist with that other piece that comes like straight down and then back up, like it's kind of ugly. Like I think I prefer this.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's
if it works.
That's what I'm saying. If this works, this looks better.
All right. So this leg is that. So let's do a mirror. All right, real quick, I'm just gonna turn some stuff on. See how we're looking. That's pretty cool. What is that? Nothing. All right. Oh, look at that. I gotta mirror that guy as well. Did I miss anything else? Did I miss the? Sure did. Okay. So I'll make sure I group all that stuff up before I miss it again. Curious if that's gonna work for me. Come on, come on. Yeah. 2.4. Once you start getting like multiple angles and stuff like it, sometimes it just doesn't want to do the math.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. We're back on track. We're good. That's the only angled kind of nonsense to deal with. All right. So how the poop does that work? Here we go. Here's a good picture. Oh man. So are those legs one piece or is it two separate pieces?
The front ones?
Yeah, because it's two different feet, and yeah, they kind of fold inside. It looks like two different legs. Does anybody know if they're connected at all?
Like I'm trying to get some good pictures of it. I got another diagram, and then I'm looking at the real thing. So I know I have who's watching, or somebody with me. One piece that hinges and slides inside the body.
Hinge like slides up.
Yeah.
It must slide up, and then it's one. Wow. That's doable, but Jesus. All right.
So it says it's like an H form, basically.
Yeah.
One piece. Yep.
Well, like an H or more like an A-frame.
So
because an H would imply there's something in the middle, but it's I think the only place it connects across is the top where it rotates, I think. Mirror this guy.
It rotates up and then slides and rotates up, slides in. Rotates up, slides, I guess. Yeah. I don't look at the event thing because someone's adding pictures to the event page. Where's the event page at?
Okay, I understand what he's saying. So there's a cavity inside. So when yeah, okay. So when they're out, like if you just rotated these on a pivot, like if it pivoted here and they slid out, they'd be sticking out. But then you can push them in and make them disappear. I'm pretty sure that's what we're saying.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So.
Do you have your Facebook page up?
I can get it.
Because there's a really good picture of it that shows you, just so you can get
I have the 3D Joe's page up, and I can see that.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's
3D Joe's page up. If you go to event for the video,
I'm good. I got it.
Okay.
I'm I'm going to put a line down at the bottom of that foot. Well, I guess I'm doing a box. And that way I know where the bottom of this one needs to be because they should be parallel. So let's create a sketch.
I wish I could.
I shouldn't have done it that way. Oh well.
Over. I could do this. Let's see. Share screen. Go. Well, it looks like that.
Would you send it to me in Messenger?
No, are you able to see my screen? Like I should have shared a screen.
Well, I'm looking at Fusion.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So I just need to go look. Okay, so I'm like making. Oh, I see. I see what you did. Okay. Yeah, I mean that's the same thing. So it's one leg and a two leg, and then across here is like an axle.
Mm-hmm.
So it'll rotate on that. But if we were to rotate it out so the feet were facing like straight at us, we could then push them in and it would slide back. So it just means like the inside of this thing has a cavity that allows that, and that's
Exactly.
that's fine. We can do this.
All right. Just want to solidify what you were thinking there.
Yeah, appreciate it. Appreciate it. We're doing great. We're doing so good. I've needed to pee for a long time, and that's okay. That's all right.
The sacrifice.
That's yeah. It's worth it. It's worth it, you know, for stuff. But I like it's like this is I'm gonna try and get the detail relatively close. But this is a pretty quick. Let me get rid of most of this stuff right now. And gosh, that's kind of all the way around. So I'm going to split body with this rather than splitting a bunch of different faces. I'm going to do it this way. All right, offset face. Man, that doesn't line up at all. You know what I mean? Like the two different views.
Yeah.
Bring that one in. I don't think anyone's going to sweat the detail on these too terribly.
Someone said the vamp will go much faster. What was this?
The vamp will go faster? Oh, yeah, next week when we do the vamp, yeah. I'm sorry, that took me a second. I'm like, how is this going to make the vamp faster? That's weird.
Don Sargent says vamp will go much faster.
Totally. Well, vamp I have, so I can look at one.
Yep.
So a lot of the doing a lot of the same operations we've been kind of doing all morning. Just okay. Drafting. It's kind of matching the basic shapes. I can't help but feel like this is R2-D2's leg. Like it really looks like R2-D2's
It's set up. Right? Just put some wheels underneath.
Ugh, trying to. Here we go. Yeah, got some kind of wonky details on here. Just gonna face splitting. I hate that it likes to not pivot where I want it to pivot sometimes. You gotta do a bunch of scrolling around. And so what we end up is with some faces that might be too big.
Okay. David has 2 printers ready to go for this. Can't wait to begin printing. Well, in all fairness, you're going to print, but you know, you're definitely going to have to test print to make sure things work.
Well, yeah, like understand that like the first time it comes off a printer, there might be some pieces that need adjusting.
Right.
And yeah, like I'm probably weeks from having time on a printer to do that myself. So if anyone wants to volunteer, like no problem. We can make that happen for you. Why did I do that? Oops.
Yeah, I'm probably a week out. I got some stuff. It says he volunteers, so I'll volunteer to test it out. Yeah, I got some stuff I need to probably take me about a week.
Yeah, I got some fun stuff for AR that I haven't actually ever done before that I'm gonna bring. I like when I have shows. It's not like I get to do shows that often. So when I do, I like to try and have something new, something no one's seen before.
Yeah, I wish I could get out to that one. I'm going to a local show that I think it's next weekend, or no, November 4th or 5th or something like that. So I think it's the following week. Or is that right?
It's local, or
yeah, it's in Spokane, the GI Joe show. It's just like a big toy show.
Gotcha.
So what's crazy is there's one on the east coast of the state and one on the west coast of the state the same weekend. So I always have to choose which one I'm going to go to. And they're both huge.
There's one coming up in there's one in Canada coming up pretty soon too.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I really wanted to go to that one. I was working on it. Can't make everything happen sometimes.
Can't make them all. Yep.
Yeah. Which is too bad.
I haven't been to anything since Joe Fest, so I'm ready to look at the toys, I guess.
All right, I'm gonna kind of fudge this shape a little bit. Let's do gonna do a little rectangle.
Oh, sorry.
What?
Could you hear me laughing just now?
Yeah, I heard you laughing. Everyone heard you laughing.
Yeah, sorry. I was going to respond to somebody, but it made the video play on Facebook.
Ah, gotcha. All right, so new body there. I am going to get rid of the canvas here. Do that, and then get down here.
Don Sargent says he never got his A weapons pack. Did you order an A weapons pack or something, Don?
What's the name?
Don Sargentson.
I mean, if he wants to.
He said, just remember, if you ship stuff, it might not make it to the show. And then his next comment was, never got my A weapons pack. So did you order one already, or are you saying you get one at the show? Let me know, Don.
Yeah. What am I doing? I'm doing a pattern on a path. This body, cool. That's my path.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so just a little detail there.
He said he was trying to get one at the last show, but UPS left Mark empty-handed.
Yeah, I thought I gave him my demo one. Didn't I give him the demo?
He'll respond in a second.
God, that's driving me crazy. Because I know what he's talking about.
Okay.
But I thought he got.
Oh, he said on when I came back.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I got sniped. So Don, are you going to be at assembly required or no?
Chris is going, so. But he thinks he's going. I think he was trying to bring his wife, but was having issues getting someone to watch the kids.
Oh, he said it out. Assembly required, sold out.
No, assembly required doesn't even charge you to come in. There's no tickets for it. Like the dinner is sold out.
Oh, he says too far to drive for a day pass.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Let's bring the canvas back up. So I need to split a face. So yeah, so the what he was saying, in my head, I was the guy that sniped it. That's who I thought we were talking to. It just took me a second.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I wish I could get over there. That's over in Iowa, right?
Yeah, it's Des Moines. Like I'm driving, and it's a goddamn 10-hour drive. Like it's gonna be.
Oh, I know. Yeah, because you're in Colorado.
Yeah, I'm in Denver.
Oh, I used to stay right there. I used to stay in Omaha, right there on the line, and yeah, driving up to Denver is crazy.
You know what? Maybe I can draft that instead. That'd be fucking hot. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Boom. Right there.
Okay. That's what I'm talking about. And then I can offset this face.
Slip in. Oh. Okay.
And how do I want to do that? I can. Ah, crud. I didn't mean to cut. Damn you. Damn you, Fusion 360. New body. All right. We're getting there. There's a little
Kind of working out some of the some of the deep in the leg.
And because I'm trying to make them thicker, and really like this outer wall, I want that to be thicker for the print.
Yeah.
So I moved the legs in a little bit, so I'm really kind of just off of what was there.
But it should make it function a little better for the printers.
Yeah. Exactly. Well, this is not where I thought it was. Yeah.
I have to talk to Steve, and I haven't talked to him about his process in a while. He makes stuff that looks pretty close to the original, so he embellish every now and again.
Yeah, great question, right?
Mm.
I know, like he tore apart a Sky Striker to make that Sky Striker, you know?
Yeah. He had another buddy he consulted with to help him with the wing, the mechanism.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's almost identical. I was kind of wondering what he was going to do for the Raven for the landing gear, whether or not he shifting landing gear, or was he going to just peg it out? So I haven't, like I said, I haven't talked to him in a while.
Does the landing gear on the Sky Striker, is that pegged? That's not pegged out. He's got it as a separate function, doesn't he? Or am I thinking of the Kickstarter?
No. I think it all works the same as the regular Sky Striker.
Okay.
I think he had it all worked out with the mechanism. And yeah, new hydrofoil, even floats. Yeah, he sent me. He's always sending me like early video before it's like this thing sitting in the tub for hours and it's floating.
Yeah.
But like the Raven has just a tricky shifting system for the landing gear too. So I'm wondering if he's going that route, making it as close to the original as possible, or is he just going to peg out the landing gear? Because I don't know. If it were me, I would just peg out the landing gear.
Well, it's, and part of it is like, is he going to be on the hook for 3D printing all of them, and he's going to sell the prints? He's selling the file. It's a consideration, right? Because if you sell somebody a file, their expectation is that they are capable of printing it. And this is an issue it's not a big issue, but like I've run into this where someone buys a file for me for $5 and then they can't figure out how to make it work on their specific machine. Like, is that really my responsibility?
No. I mean, I wouldn't think so. I'm not going to say I wouldn't think so. I think
the big one was the shark, because it's so freaking huge. And like there were people that wanted me to make it work on, have a separate file for every possible type of printer out there. And that's too much. I can't do that,
I would say so similar to maybe a Thingiverse file or something like that, where, I mean, a little bit of instructions on how certain things, how at least how certain things should at least be oriented is nice. But
Yeah.
you know, everybody has different printers, different sizes, things like that.
Different materials. Yeah. And that's one of the reasons, like, I tell people, like, never ever buy a pre-supported file.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's crazy to me.
Yeah. Yeah. Not your responsibility to accommodate all printers. You get what you pay for. If I'm going to Army build Sky Strikers, I'd figure out how to make my own stuff. For a one-off, I'll pay the experts to build it. That's what a couple comments there. That's what Don says. David says, not your responsibility to accommodate all printers. You know,
I like helping people, you know, and that's one thing. But, like, do I really need, like, if I'm going to go in to 3D design software and slice, that's maybe not the right word because I'm not slicing, but like redesign something so it can be printed in multiple smaller parts. Like, you're kind of landing in the realm of commissioning me to do 3D design work, you know?
Right.
I'm gonna call that done like that.
For the leg, yeah.
You know what? How long ago did I do that? Good. I'm going to round the top of this because it's going to need to rotate. Cool. I'll redo that. Okay, so this should be that. Do a combine. All right, here's where it'll get a little interesting. I'm going to go ahead and do the mirror function. Okay, so we've got those two. And we know they're going to need to rotate on an axis. And I'll put that pretty close to the top here. And so I'll grab the 2-point circle. And as soon as Fusion feels like it, I'll zoom in. Here we go. This can be
so I know someone was commenting earlier that they felt like their computer or laptop wasn't powerful enough to run this software. But I'm like, most of it is. Everything's pretty much on the cloud. I'm not sure you need a really super powerful computer to run this stuff.
I
mean,
you can definitely run into some issues when you're dealing with a lot of polygons or doing some real complex curves and stuff. If you've got a lot of shape, like some of those fillets I was trying to do earlier, where I said I wasn't sure if they were going to work. Like, that's the kind of stuff you could run into. But I think you're not wrong. Like, if you've got like an i5 or an i7, you can run this software. Maybe you need a little more RAM or something.
Right.
I saw some blue over here, some turnings. There's some random sketches that have turned themselves on, so I'm making sure they're off. Okay, so let's bring back the main body, and those fit in this way.
Mm-hmm.
And so what we need is for there to be a slot here so that axle can slide up in. So we'll create that. I didn't know about this. I wish I had. This kind of complicates things ever so slightly, doesn't it?
Oh, just a little bit.
Again, we'll make this fairly tight, but not too much. So if that's where they sit, that should work. Okay, and I should be able to just join, delete that. All right, so now this can slide up.
It'll slide up. Yep.
Inside, and it can rotate the feet out.
Out. Yeah. Now it has to slide back.
I'm going to round the. I don't want to round that side. I want to round this edge. Oh, you know what? And we'll. No, it's going to be too much information. Let's do it this way. I was going to turn the opacity down, but it's not worth it because you've got. I'd have too much stuff to look through.
Right.
So let me think. Got to slide back, and that includes the axle and the feet. Or not the feet, but the legs.
So, David, it's too bad you didn't know about these legs at the beginning. You could.
I would have started. I would have started with the damn legs.
Started. Yeah.
So make that go away. I'm going to. We'll do it this way. I'm gonna make a copy of this. And I'm basically going to line the axles up with each other.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I need it slides back to, needs to accommodate the legs and that axle. So let's just, I'm just going to draw, I'm going to do this like the easiest way possible. Let me get rid of that. And I am going to cheese the hell out of this. We'll start right here.
Wow.
Yeah, this is a bit of a symptom of me really needing to go to the bathroom, but still wanting more coffee.
So when I'm at home, I never drink coffee, but I always kind of drink it when I'm out. And so no coffee in me this morning. This is raw.
Yeah, I developed a fairly serious coffee addiction in the military, or caffeine, I should say, because I could drink monsters all day. Like I definitely have problems. There we go. All right. So the next trick is we want to see what these look like when they're slid in. So we're gonna do that, and they're gonna go in. Yeah, see how they're gonna hit that lip right there.
Yep.
And that's fine. So we'll put that about there. Okay. Turn that off. And then we'll move this up.
there.
Up there. Extrude that out.
Well, yep.
And I think it doesn't need to go past that other thing that we made. Where's the right one? There we go. Yeah, it doesn't need to go beyond right. Well, yeah, right there. Nope, don't want to cut. I want a new body because those legs are still there. So I'll combine that with that. Yes. Cool. So that's them slid in, and there's no reason they can't fit. And I don't think there really needs to be any kind of notching or locking mechanism. I doubt it existed before. But I think when they are out and down, it probably wouldn't be bad to have something. Well, I guess they're going to be flush there. I think this might work just like that. Yeah. All right. I'm going to take a. I have to pee. I've been going what like I've doubled the amount of time I thought this was going to take at this point.
Yeah.
Oh well, we still got 7 people watching.
We're still rolling.
Yeah, I wonder how many of them are my mom. So
no, it's not.
she's an angel, man. All right, so I'm making coffee. It's a Keurig. It'll be quick. I'm gonna make a pee, and then I'm gonna be back.
I'm still here.
So you're it. Go.
I'm it. All right. So who do I have? I got Sean, David still around. So held in by the computer stand. Okay. All right. So we'll take that into account. I'll let them know about that. The base of the stand was slightly wider than the gap between the legs, so it held them in when the stand was stuck. Okay. So it holds them in horizontally, not vertically, because vertically out. So when the legs are slid inside, the base stand hold. So Mark II Toys is Mark's actual toy company. So that's for he has the weapon sets. I don't know if you've heard about the weapon sets A and B. Those are that's the toy side of things. Mark II Design is when he kind of has that link to his Patreon now, and that's when he does stuff sort of like this, where he'll do the 3D printing design on the Etsy store. There you go. So, other than that, just to kind of reiterate, once we sort of get this design complete, he'll put the STL, he'll try to load that into a G.I. Joe 3D printing page. Like we have a little file reservoir. So it'll be uploaded to the reservoir, and anybody test it out. Because when you're printing classified scale stuff, it takes a lot of time on a printer. So like if you're somebody who frequently uses your printers, you kind of have to schedule some time to do a big print, like a classified scale print. So if anybody wants to test it out and let us know if it's working, because I won't even get to it for maybe another week or so. So once he posts it, if someone wants to start on it and test it out, that would be cool. That would be awesome. And it was also mentioned like some of the tolerances. Eventually, you would want to the HIS tank, the HasLab HIS tank. But yeah, we got a long time before we can make that a reality and figure that out. Oh, sweet. All right, David, yeah, that'll be awesome. If you want to test it out, kind of let us know if it works or any tweaks that you had to make to get it to work right. Awesome, because all that's going to do is help the community, for when they need to go and try to do their build, do their print and build. And the Cobra Max, man, I've been hearing some good stuff about the Cobra Max. I have like a really big printer, but it's been giving me fits. So I'm thinking about the
Shit,
Cobra
you're still
Max.
here?
We're still here. We're still here. Yeah. It wasn't too bad. I've been hearing good things about the Cobra Max, so I'm thinking about maybe getting one. I have a big printer, but man, it's driving me crazy.
This is a good picture. The one that you sent in Messenger.
Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, either way, you're rocking and rolling.
Yeah, interesting. My mistake for not knowing a little more about it before I jumped into this. I mean, it's still doable. It's just taking more time than I had anticipated. So I think we're good there. I think at this point it's just a detail thing.
And so it was mentioned here in the comments that when the legs are in horizontally, when they're like slid in, the base of the computer stand is actually what keeps it in there.
What?
So it says the base.
The stand clips into the back.
Yeah. So the base of the stand was slightly wider than the gap between the legs, so it held them in when the stand was stowed away. When the stand was stowed. So they were held in by the computer stand.
I'm trying to find a picture of that. I don't see that anywhere. They did some really clever design stuff like that back in the day.
Engineering, man.
That's a super clever idea, man. All right. So, shoot. I'm not gonna worry about that, because at that point that requires me to build the stand real specifically with this, and I'm not gonna do it.
It says the computer goes between the hitch and the base.
Over here, like that's the hitch. This is the base. How the hell does that work with the feet that are in the back? Are they talking about the other feet?
So I believe the computer top fits in the area behind the hitch neck. So just basically right in that square gap of the hitch neck.
Okay. Unless somebody can provide me with a picture of that, like I'm not seeing it. Dang it.
Let me see if I see anything. Oh, it probably sits up.
I thought they were talking about this part right here that I'm cutting out, but they're talking about like the hitch is the other end of the thing. So they weren't. So they can't be talking about these feet. They must be talking about the front feet.
The actual computer sits in the gap where they
right here.
There. Yeah.
Right here.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. I guess it straddles it.
Yeah.
Yeah, again, I don't. Oh my goodness. Okay. So, yeah, I wasn't even going to worry about doing the computer right now as part of this, just especially since we've gone so damn long. That's kind of weird detail. It's interesting. So like this this detail they've got drawn in, that's like the mold seam. Like that's where the clamshell kind of comes together. So I'm gonna, yeah, I'll basically replicate that. That's not a big. Oh, and there's that's a nice kind of like panel line that splits the whole damn thing. So we'll do that too. I definitely owe a little bit of detail on the bottom half of this thing. So let's do a split body, and that'll make it easy to kind of just make this a nice uniform thing across the whole doodad. Now it's split it. Like I just created a bunch of different bodies by doing this.
Yeah.
But that's okay because we'll merge everything, and it'll be cool. It'll be cool, baby. Don't even sweat it. Okay, and then we'll just offset face. Cool.
Nice.
And now I'm going to draw that shape, and I'm probably going to do the same thing where I split body. And that way I can kind of easily do a couple different things. Okay. Yeah, sometimes it's just easier to like split the whole body than to mess with the faces. So what we'll do is we'll push. Now we'll pull this out ever so slightly. Yikes, that turned into almost a millimeter. Let's bring that back. Okay. And now we're gonna rejoin all that stuff. I feel like I'm missing something, but I don't think so. Okay, get this canvas off. And these are all pretty uniform little rounded curves.
Mm-hmm.
And put that back on. Boom. Okay. Yeah, we get these details on top. And I don't think there's actually this much detail going on the actual toy, but well, I'm gonna add some of this in. I think we're gonna probably call this here pretty soon, and I can do like the finishing touches.
Like,
and get the
yeah, touch. But yeah, I love the details. If you go into it that much, I'd appreciate
it. Very well then. Yeah. So while we're still here and we're chit chatting, so next month is the 1 year show, and we've done more than 12 episodes, but the first one was November of last year, was the first GI Joe 3D printing podcast. And so what I'm trying to make happen is have just anyone in the group who wants to kind of come out and show off something they've worked on this year, anything at all, as long as it's related to the group. That's what I want to kind of have happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I've reached out to a couple people. We've got a couple people that have been on the show a few times, and they are, of course, 1000% welcome back. But I'd like to also get some other folks an opportunity to come and show off some of their awesome work. Like, it's, to me, pretty amazing the kind of stuff people in the group are doing and have done. Like, it blows me away.
Yeah.
So yeah, if we can just get a good handful of folks out to show off some of their work, man, like, that's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah, I always just use it as inspiration. Like, I'm in the way that maybe we've inspired people to do stuff. I see what people are doing. It inspires me. Sometimes we have lulls where we just don't feel like creating, but just seeing the stuff everybody else is doing kind of picks you right back up.
And part of it too is, like, it's so diverse. It's not just people doing classified scale vehicles. It's heads, it's tactical vests, it's brand new vehicles that have never existed before in any way, shape, or form that are awesome. Like, yeah, it's out. There's so much good stuff. And I think I fucked this up. I did. Damn it.
Don, we didn't intend on going 4 hours, but we're showing pretty much a whole build. The show will not be 8 hours.
No. No. So yeah, so what I've kind of told the couple of people I've spoken to is, like, 10 minutes. They'll get 10 minutes and can talk about whatever they want to. Damn it. Bunch of crackers, man. This is starting to kick my ass a little. Hold on. This canvas is really getting in my face. All right, now we can.
Yeah, we can make coffee beforehand. Just push through an 8 hour show.
I did, man. I'm old. My bladder doesn't work that way anymore.
Well, that's the thing. If you drink a coffee makes you go. So
yes, it is a diuretic. However,
so
it's so delicious. I don't care.
For all my drinkers out there, so I'm not really a drinker. I drink every now and again, not socially, whatever.
Are you talking about, like, alcohol or coffee now?
Alcohol. One thing that I learned, and it was actually from my brother. He said something, you can't break the seal, and I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like, when you have a drink, you don't want to break the seal.
Yeah, once you start peeing, you can't stop.
That one tickled me. I was definitely amused by that one. Like, man, I hadn't heard that before, but that's great. I got Andrew. Hey, Andrew, what's up? We got people still with us, man, or popping on. It's crazy.
Yeah. All right. I've got some tubes. Say again?
For sure, crickets would be chirping by now.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's so good. It's nice and warm in my body. All right.
I don't have coffee coffee here, so had a cold brew just now.
Dude, cold brew is special. I make it from time to time. There's like this $300 device I want to get for making cold brew, and I forget what it's. There's a Japanese word for it, but basically you put a bunch of ice in this container at the top, and it slowly drips, and the drips go through the coffee grounds and down to the bottom. And I thought for a long time cold brew was just like some hippie crap, and I wanted nothing to do with it. And then I watched an episode of Good Eats. Shoot, what's that guy's name? Gosh, I can't think of his name. The guy that does that show.
Good Eats,
yeah.
That's not guy. Who is
No.
I know what you're talking about. I can't think of him right now.
All right, so here, this will be fun. So I'm gonna make a pipe. All right, check this out. This is actually pretty good, what I'm about to do. So I'm gonna start with a line because I've got some straight stuff here. Pull it out here.
That's not Elton. Is it Elton?
Yeah, it is. It is. So I've made a straight line. I'm gonna hit escape, and so I've deselected the line tool, and I'm coming to the fit point spline. I'm clicking right there and here, and now it's gonna want to curve. I didn't do that well though, so let me. I just want to get through the curve.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of doing too much. Maybe that's too subtle a curve for this to be an effective demonstration, but we'll get to it. You son of a bee! All right. So this is still the line tool, but I clicked down and I'm dragging, and that's making it curve. This was too subtle for what I was trying to do, but we're gonna get there because there's some more stuff coming on. So now it's back to line. And let me see if it, that's probably the right way to do that. And then line again. Escape. So this would be a pain in the dick to kind of draw both sides and extrude it and then round it. So I'm doing it as a pipe. It is. I imagine if this was a real part on a military thing, we'd be looking at a conduit, and whether it's housing wires or it's a waveguide, whatever. The idea is it's basically a pipe. So we're gonna design it as such. So I used that as the plane that I drew it on. So we'll finish sketch, and then pipe. We select it, and we got circle, and we can do different shapes, but circle is what we want. And then we change the diameter. Let me see if I can go back to the area. Yeah,
pretty dope.
I hate that I can't control where this damn arrow is, because I want to play with it. I could punch stuff in too. I could do it that way. Bring the canvas up, and that's kind of it. But like, because that arrow is being a dick and I can't fucking see it, therefore I can't use it to play with the size that I want. I can come to this box. That's 1 millimeter. Let's go 1.25, and we'll call that good. But we don't want to cut. We want a new body. Right. I could probably join too, but in case I need to make an adjustment to it, I'd rather it be a new body.
That's its own body. Yeah.
Yeah. So and these are floating. Damn it. I thought I did them on the same plane, but I guess not. Yeah, I can afford to bring these down quite a bit. Okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
Well, I was really hoping to show how this other line tool works because, like, it's just like if you've got a complex series of curves, you can't do it with that other line tool. And I was thinking that this curve up here wasn't going to work, but it did. We can get rid of that. But it's a weird thing about Fusion. There's very much a CAD or technical drawing thing with Fusion, where there's some things you can get away with. For example, here we're gonna. No, that's not a good example either. We'll do it this way. And I'll switch over to this and make it just real fucking complicated.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. So this shape I've created here is fairly complicated. If I were to extrude it and then try and do offset face to in order to offset it, it's not going to be a consistent distance all the way around. And I'll demonstrate in a second. But I can come up to offset and see how that's perfect, right?
Yeah.
Perfect. But if I grab this thing and extrude it, now if I want to do an offset, but I do offset face, it's not going to be perfect. I mean, and watch it, it will be because somehow I mathematically picked. Hold on. I'll do a, just for the sake of demonstration here. I did a copy. Okay.
I'll put it in the middle. Yeah.
What the shit?
Just happened twice. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird.
So, like, if you wanted to make a cut or like a cutout or something right in the middle of it, it's going to change the shape a little bit.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's actually not bad, but there it goes. There's going to be some wonkiness with the curves. That's actually not bad. But I promise that with it, it's still a really basic shape. I didn't make it complicated enough. Yeah.
But I knew exactly what you meant even before you got into it. I've tried
because you've done it, right? Like you've been like, God damn it, why wouldn't it? Yeah. Yeah, it's the devil. All right. So I really do need to quit fooling around with the fillets. I can do that on my own time. Yeah, so if it's kind of just doing some details and some fillets, we've got all the pieces and parts here. So I think we're gonna call this done in terms of me streaming. Because this is this one I'm way too fucking long. But basically complete.
Yeah, it was a good time, no matter what.
Yeah.
He's going to finish. He's going to make sure that he puts his fine details, his finishing touches on it. I have a couple that said that they're willing to try to print it. So as soon as you can post it into the group, they're going to go ahead and try to print it.
Yeah. So once I'm comfortable with it and I've got the appropriate level of detail, and it's done, I will do a post in the GI Joe 3D printing group. Whoever responds to it, like with send me the file first, I will send them the file and they can test print it. And if you don't care and you want to test print it yourself anyway, just let me know in the group and I will happily send you the file and you can print it.
And then once we know that it's working, it'll go into the reservoir.
Yeah, and the idea is this should be a fairly simple print. This is a print that a beginner should be able to do. That's kind of the intention. So things should snap together nicely without too much trouble. I suspect the inside of there, like if I get rid of these legs, not that one, that. So inside here, there's going to be some support material that's going to be a pain in the crotch. So whether that means this is the edge that we print down, or even like you lay this edge right here flush to the bed so it's at an angle, so maybe you don't have to worry about the supports. You guys let me know. You guys figure that shit out and let me know. And because if we have to, we can also just straight split this thing.
Cut it and then just print the two sides.
Yeah, the two like the way it was originally done, right?
Mm-hmm.
I was hoping to not have to do that, but we can. We can totally do that, and it's not a big deal. I would just then want to design it so that you can snap it back together, which is not a big deal. That's like a 5-minute thing. 10 minutes if I put fillets all over the little snaps. But that's yeah, that's it. We're gonna call this done for now, for sure. Yeah, I'm pretty curious how it all comes together. So yeah, that's it. So thanks everybody. If you actually got on here when we started and you're still here, wow,
you're a trooper.
You're a trooper. Amazing. I will send you a Mark II design T-shirt if you want. Like, I've got a box of them from they will say Joe Fest 2021.
I got one. I love it. It's cool.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah. So cool. Thanks everybody. I hope everyone got something out of that. It was worth your time. It always is. Like if Artwan was designing and I was watching, I would learn something. I guarantee it.
Yeah, everybody has different little approaches, or
everyone kind of teaches themselves their own little tricks. Yeah.
I got people saying thanks. It was a blast to watch. Thanks, guys. This was super informative. So, thank you for just rolling with us. That's awesome.
Cool. Whoever in the chat said their address is in the Patreon account, it's got you listed as Facebook user, so that's not helpful.
No, I know who it is.
Oh, you do? Well, I mean, I'm assuming they're talking about my Patreon, and there aren't so many people in there that I probably couldn't figure it out.
No, it's done. It's done.
It is done.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. He's just making sure. He's like, hey, send me my T-shirt.
If you were going to AR, I'd just bring it.
Right.
Yeah. All right. We'll figure it out.
Okay. I loved it. Like I said, this is kind of like the beginning. This is where we started with doing the tutorials. I used to watch Mark and total awe of what he was doing, and this is how we got started up. So kind of fitting that this is like almost our year episode where we kind of got back basics.
Yeah, I didn't realize I did not think this was going to be as complicated as it is, and the detail thing is going to take me a little time because I'm just going to nitpick it and curve the shit out of everything. But the leg part kind of took me for a loop. Like designing off of an axis is never good. I shouldn't have done it. It's of course easier if I've physically got the thing that I'm, because we're not designing something new here. We're designing something that already exists, and we're trying to get close to it. So having that physical thing would have been better. That would have saved me some time for sure. But overall, it's not bad. I just I want to make sure the legs snap in, like they should. They may not be like the strongest thing in the world, but I'm not giving one of these to my kids to play with.
No, it's really does. It's supposed to just make the unit stabilize while you're firing a missile off. So as long as they kind of lock into place, it should be fine.
Yeah. I wasn't sure just because I never had one. Like the asp, the tires, like they rotate down and away, and there's feet.
Mm-hmm.
And I was not sure if it was going to have any kind of functionality like that. I'm glad it doesn't. Yeah.
And you're
right,
gonna get your ass one day. You're either gonna make it or.
Oh no, I'm 1,000% making it. It's on. I have a list, and who's here? We got like 9 people.
Yeah.
Not to. I don't want to get too pluggy with my stuff with the GI Joe group because I don't necessarily feel like that's appropriate. But we're talking about it. I'm like, my plan is like I'm doing one project a month. And so like the first project's the Ferret. I'm doing the Thunder Machine now. And then, December I'll have one, January I'll have one. And I've got a list of stuff. None of it's set in stone as in terms of like when I'm gonna do it. But like the Asp is on there, the Imp is on there, the Silver Mirage is on there. Like that's pretty high on my list. But also like the Thunderhawk is on there. Like there's mask vehicles I want to do. I've been playing with how to 3D print a spring, and not necessarily like a coiled spring, but you can do like a half moon with some feet, and then you press it together, and you've got basically a spring mechanism. Because I really want to be able to let people buy these things and print all the parts. They shouldn't have to go buy a metal rod to use as an axle. They shouldn't have to buy a spring to use as they should be able to print all the things. So I've been working with that kind of stuff. So that's my plan. And for all this stuff, like all the STL files are going to be available to people through the Patreon versus like the Etsy store. Yeah. And it's just, my hope is at the end of the day, we kind of raise the bar for kind of customizing stuff, through the community. And yeah, we'll see.
Yeah. Well, I'm not a big fan of printing the upscale, the classified scale vehicle just because of the space that they take. Like I could print them. I love them, but man, there would be nowhere to put them. My place is already packed to the gills.
So here's the kind of thing I'm talking about, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like there's the Ferret, and it's I was able to maintain all the original functions, great. But the thing for me with this that makes it special is that I ended up making tires where I cast it and molded it, and like this is a really nice tire. This is my favorite part of this whole damn build is the tire.
And so that's a cast mold right there.
Yeah. So I ended up making a mold and casting this out of a like a polyurethane rubber, and it's like perfect. It's perfect. Like I have to cut that middle flashy part out, and it's got you can see the flash, but like I cut that off.
Wow.
But yeah, like stuff like that. Like this makes TPU look like dog shit. Like it just does. So like I never want to print a TPU tire again. Like, why would I? And I messed with that. I messed with the F69, and I thought like that would be the solution. And it's just like TPU. It's too hard. you can't do this. You can't.
Right.
You know?
Right.
So, but like, you know, figuring out what is the best way to do X, like problem solving. That's what I'm into. So.
Oh yeah. Well, you always seem to go the extra mile, man. I'm not paying $1,000 to make a ferret. But Mark will.
Yeah, right.
But Mark will.
So, with, you know, like, and like, I didn't have to. I could have done it a different way, but like, I don't have a printer big enough to print this body.
Mm-hmm.
And every time I've tried to split a larger body like that up and print it, it never ever just like magically matches up and goes together. It's always stressful.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't want to do that. So I opted to have this printed by a company out of Chicago with SLS, which is selective laser sinistering or whatever. So this is a nylon print. And I brought it up on the show a few times, and you get it, and it's heavy. It's like porcelain, like it's hard. It's very heat resistant and strong. But it also cost me $400 to print that thing. So it was worth it because now I know. Like I had done it once before for the claw body because that was also too big for me. Way less material, didn't cost as much. But I didn't work directly on the print. I used it to make a mold.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas this, like I, you know, had to clean it up. It still had not layer lines, but like angle lines. You know, if you've got like a very slight gradient.
Yep.
And it's just like, you know, it's 89 degrees, not 90 degrees. And you get those little steps, and they're super tiny and small, but they're there. Like, so I had to clean that up. And then also with the SLS print, that nylon, it's super porous, like brick almost. I don't know if you've ever tried to paint brick. It just sucks in the paint. So I had to find a way to clean it up and get it to accept the paint. So like it was an experiment, and you know I learned a lot from working on that, and I'll probably never do it again.
Yeah, exactly. That one of a kind right there.
Yeah, like if I hit the lottery, I'll buy the $500,000 SLS machine, and that'll be my baby, and I'll fucking I'll do it all the time. Then. But I don't see that shit happening. So it's back to FDM and DLP for me.
Right. Well, I mean, hey, one day maybe SLS will be a household.
Well, Form Labs has one that's you know, less than my house but more than my car. And that, you know, maybe someday if things go extraordinarily fucking well, I could get my hands on one of those.
Exactly.
But yeah, oh, they're so nice. So the idea for the couple of folks watching, if you don't know, like SLS, it's like a super fine powder, and basically like a squeegee comes across and makes it all nice and level, and it lasers and melts it together, and then a squeegee comes across and puts another layer of this powder down. So at the end of the print, that powder that didn't get fused is the support material. So you've got no supports, which is awesome because like with DLP, man, well, FDM too, you end up using usually slightly less than half of your material just goes in the trash because of the supports. And that doesn't happen with SLS, which is great because that shit is really expensive. But it's, yeah, but you can't just like spray it with primer and go. Like I had to do quite a bit to it.
So
I'm doing a whole video about how to work with it. Like that's going to go up on the aforementioned Patreon. So, but yeah.
Sweet. Well, I mean, still while you're here, you want to mention anything? Because I had questions like what's Mark II toys and what like we thought it was Mark II design, and what.
So yeah, so the split there has to do with the company, right? So I had started Mark II Design LLC whenever, and I was doing the 3D printing thing, and I mean, let's face it, most of what I was 3D printing belongs to someone else's IP. Anything GI Joe like that, I've not licensed that IP. So like I've always considered it kind of fan art. I'm not doing massive quantities of anything. But it's not my IP, and I'm not in love with doing that. It's not what I want to be doing. And then so when I started doing these weapon sets, I am mass producing those weapon sets. So I just wanted a separation between Mark II design, where I'm kind of doing fan art and dabbling in IPs that I have no business really doing. I don't want that connected to my legit business where I'm mass producing and spending thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars to get something made, because I really don't need a cease and desist on something I've invested so much in. So I've got two separate companies for two different things, and I like doing the classified scale Joe stuff, and I'm not going to stop. So I didn't make Mark II design just totally go away, because I still want an avenue online to kind of play with that stuff. I still want that to have an Instagram account than this and the other thing.
So more of a Mark II design still kind of allows you to just be creative with the stuff, basically.
Yeah. Like, and if anyone ever told me to stop, I would stop, but it hasn't happened. So.
Right. I mean, but that explains it, because some people I did.
No, and maybe it was the wrong thing to do. Like, I'm not a businessman. Maybe that was a horrible idea. Maybe that was a mistake, because it confuses the shit out of people, and understandably so. But it made sense to me at the time, and now I'm stuck with it. So.
Well, I mean, someone said, I guess, to put it simple, the stuff that you design that can be 3D printed, that will be out there for different things, that will be linked to Patreon and still to like maybe your Etsy.
Yeah.
Okay. Where Mark II Toys, that's
mark2toys.com.
Yeah. You got a different website for you. Also have other people who might be selling that, through their venues as well. So
yeah.
Mark II Toys is an entity that's toys, and it's mass produced, and it's selling on different sites. Everything that he does creatively is, if you're a Patreon or one of the page, you could find stuff there.
Yeah. So, and so I do the design for the weapons for Action Force, and I actually have some other stuff I'm dabbling in now too. And all that freelance design stuff, that's Mark II design. That's where that money goes, right? Yeah. So, and that's kind of the bottom line, business wise, is keeping all the money in its right places, for tax, and then like the whole corporate veil, if you will, right? So like if God forbid, like a kid chokes on a 3D print that Mark II design did, and I get sued, it doesn't affect me personally or Mark II Toys. They're separate.
There you go. Yeah, that makes sense. Hey, to the average person who's just buys stuff, it can get a little confusing, but it's not really necessary.
I get it.
Yeah, it's not really.
And like I screwed up because like that this whole decision got made after I approved the label for the weapon set packages. So it says Mark II design on the damn things. And if I had a time machine and could change anything anything throughout history, it would be the labels on my weapon sets.
That part, yep, part of it.
Yeah. It's just unfortunately, like once I left Maryland, I came to Colorado, and it's like you have to disestablish the old LLC, create new LLCs, and then out here I used it's called SBDC, I think. This small business, something, I don't know. They have resources. So I was able to talk to some lawyers, and from that came that decision to change, you know, the company and the logo and everything. And it was too late in the process for me to change the labels.
The labels. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
I get you. But I mean, for anybody that actually watches this far through, it'll at least make it a little bit more clear why there's two different things.
Yeah.
But yeah, we went through a long one today. We had some folks kind of stay with us, and for me, this is how I kind of got, you know, Mark was doing tutorials and sort of helped me hone in on some of these design suites, the software, and it just kind of kept rolling from there, and we created the group. So we want to thank you all. We want to, this will pretty much be put into the reservoir later on once we get it sort of like fine-tuned. Patreon, you'll be able to find stuff on Mark's Patreon. So anybody that's wrote with us this long,
yep, thank you.
Thank you.
And it's fun, man. Like I love that, like Mike's fucking just taking off, you know, and I see stuff he's doing, and I'm just like, fuck.
Yeah. No, it's
Yeah.
really good. I don't even show off most of the stuff that I do anymore. I just kind of watch and see what everybody's doing. And it's like, wow, that's awesome. You know, it's awesome. So inspired because I see so many people come into the group and go from like zero or novice to just doing some spectacular stuff.
Yeah, like quickly. Yeah. I'm super jealous that it took me a while to get to where I'm at. And like now it's like make the leap from doing hard surface modeling to organic stuff. And it's I can't do it in Fusion. I have to learn a new tool, and it's hard. Like I don't want to, but I have to.
It's hard. No, trust me. It's want to certain interfaces, because that's really what it's about. Once you get used to certain interfaces and how you got your workflow in those interfaces, with another one and trying to get the thing out of your head on something that you don't know how to navigate yet, and it's so frustrating. It's frustrating.
And then it's like, and there's no, like, if I had access to a person that knew what they were doing and could just be like, where's the button for such and such, and they could be like, it's under there, right there, great. But when I have to watch like 5 or 6 or 7 YouTube videos, and hoping for someone to click the one button I need, that's infuriating.
Right. Yeah. And so that's what it comes down to. So like for people who sit down and they're watching the tutorials and they're learning and they're doing all these things. I mean, that's kind of how I learned. But have that patience to sort of build on a whole different program. I'm telling you, I commend you, because it's tough. It's tough. I know Steve does a lot of his stuff in Maya, and I opened up Maya one day and I was like, nah, I'm not even about to learn this. Nope. I'll kind of do the same thing. It's learning to navigate.
And Maya, like, I like, in order of in terms of sculpting, like ZBrush, I am getting there with the ZBrush. Maya's not terrible. Maya, like, if I was doing game assets, period, I'd be in only Maya. And then the free one is Blender, and I, with all my heart, hate Blender. Blender can suck a dick. blender.
That's the one that I've been learning, and a lot of people like, dude, I don't like it.
I don't like it because it's open source, which is great. So it's free. It's extremely powerful. Like you can do anything you want. You can do it in Blender, period. They come out with a new version every couple months, and every time they do, all your fucking buttons and shit move. Yeah. And then where's my goddamn button? And then you go to there's so many tutorials on Blender. There's too many. And especially like if you get a new version and it's a week later and you go to try and find it, like where is the blah button? You're going to have 10, 15 years of tutorials that reference that thing come up. And now there's too much. That's my problem with it. Is there like trying to find the one tiny bit of information you need to do this one specific thing.
Yeah.
There's too much information out there for you to quickly, easily find the tiny little bit of information you need. And it's infuriating.
Yes. And that's the beauty of trying to learn a new program.
Yeah, the new program is a new language. It's like learning a new language, period.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Fucking Blender. God damn it.
So, for anybody that's out there learning, watching the videos, learning, asking for tips in our group, and talking to the masters and stuff like that, that's why we start the group. We're hoping that you are getting stuff out of it that's helpful, that kind of allows you to create what you have in your head. That's why we made it. I mean, it's really, community's pretty big.
We're over 3,000 now.
Yeah, and like a day, we're usually looking at 50 to 100 people trying to get in every day.
Yeah. And if they just answer all the questions and agree to not be a cyberbully, they can just get in. We don't even have to look at them.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. If you ask questions, if you agree not to misuse everyone, you just get in. Like we can just let everybody in, type of thing. Like there's a button and that says let them all in. Yeah. People don't answer the questions.
It's brutal. It's brutal.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we're looking at 50 to 100 people just about every day requesting, which is great. I mean, how long has the group been going?
I mean, longer than the podcast, so it's less than 2 years, though, I think. It might be 2 years because it was October, I think.
Yeah, it's 2022.
October 2020.
2020, yeah.
Wow, it might be 2 years.
2 years.
So that's about 1,500 people per year joining.
It's not bad.
Yeah, I guess.
Not bad. 3D printing's taking off, to the point where everybody's kind of like, hey, I'm going to get this one this Christmas, or, I'm going to get the printer. Now I think I have 7 printers.
Between my wife and I, we have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
9?
10?
10?
10. I guess how many of them work?
That is the question. How many work?
4, 5?
Yeah.
Maybe 8. I don't know. Like there's some of them that I just haven't turned on in a long time. They're just obsolete, unfortunately.
I still have that Elegoo bars that I do not know what was its issue. Like it was great, and then it just wasn't.
Yeah.
I
have a rough time. Like I have 3 Mars, and I don't use them because I have the Saturns.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That. So what do you do with those when you don't use them?
I'm gonna give one to Mike next time I see him.
That's the thing. Like, yeah. I mean, I honestly wish my working could just give it away to somebody or something, but it works, but it doesn't.
Yeah, mine are great. Like if I was still doing lots of like BattleTech minis and game, tabletop minis, that's great. Doing a couple of classified scaled guns is fine, but like there's almost nothing vehicle related that I can print on them. They're just too small. Just too small. But yeah, I need to get a damn Jupiter. or Piopoli Phenom. That'd be nice too.
Yeah.
Or a $500,000 SLS printer.
SLS.
I've never messed with an SLA either. I've never messed with a with the laser. Like I'd like to see how that goes and see how is that different than DLP.
I think for me, at this point, like kind of what you're talking about, the waste is just as important as the printer itself. So
yeah, and it's the thing, especially if you're somebody who is selling 3D prints. It's easy enough to know when you do the slice and you tell it like you can tell it like my filament costs this much, and when it does the slice, it can calculate in like here's how much money you're losing with their supports. Like most slicers will do that for you, but it's something that people that aren't in the 3D printing realm don't realize. Like you're not like you shouldn't. They should not be just paying for the thing they get. They should be paying for all that shit that went in the trash too.
Yep. Oh.
Yeah, and then the whole thing is weird. It's a weird. It's a big conversation to have because like, one out of how many prints fails, and depending on how far into it, like you're throwing a lot more stuff in the trash. Who's paying for that? That's incumbent upon the printer. It's a fact. Prints fail. Prints fail. Prints fail. So do you cook up a number to average it out amongst all the customers? Do you just eat that cost? Like, yeah, it's a weird thing. It's why I do not believe 3D printing is the correct way to do manufacturing at all, because there's too many weird variables in it. The waste, just the labor involved with post-processing, like all of it. It's just a lot. So I would, for straight no shit manufacturing, it should be manufactured.
Yeah. Or of all of us, you know best, because you went from selling 3D prints, which I know you still do, but you went from selling 3D prints to like really, okay, I'm going to go for it and I'm going to manufacture my stuff. And if you're trying to 3D print in like volume, some good volume, there is a ton of waste involved.
Yeah.
And what I mean by good volume is like
thousands.
Not
hundreds, thousands.
But I'm saying, but even 3D printing for just a small of hundreds is a lot.
It's a lot.
Yeah, waste that you get and try to put that much volume out. It's a lot. It's a lot. Like, volume means thousands, and you definitely just want to go ahead and get it manufactured if you're going to do thousands.
Yeah.
So, what I'm saying, trying to 3D print hundreds of stuff is.
Well, 3D printed began as rapid prototyping, and for that purpose, it is the greatest gift which I've ever received. For rapid prototyping, 3D printing is amazing. For making one or two off things for myself, it's amazing. But once you start making stuff for other people, it's daunting. It's a lot. There's just so many X factors. it loses its fun quickly. Once you're printing for other people, and especially like I've never. I feel like this is true. I don't think I've ever taken money from anyone for something I haven't printed yet, and I never want to, because I never want to owe somebody something that I can't necessarily control. Like I don't know how many times something's going to fail. Like if something fails, the next time I try to print it, is it more likely to fail again or work? It depends, right?
Right.
You know, who knows how much troubleshooting I have to do? Do I have to buy a new part? You know, is it my LCD screen's finally just crapping out because I've done X number of hours of prints? Is it just a FEP change? Did I get some bad resin? Is the thermistor fucking going on the extruder? Like, there's so many things that can go wrong.
Yeah.
That you can suffer some very serious delays, and I think that's happened to a lot of folks, and they get kind of turned off to buying 3D prints from folks because they pay for it before it's printed, and then so much shit can go wrong. Yeah, I don't want to go down that rabbit hole at all.
Yeah, and all of those points are fair. My basic philosophy on it is very similar to yours. I'm about to drop, small runs of some figures and stuff like that. I don't even like promote that it's happening unless I already got it and ready to go. Yeah. So I pretty much feel the same way, because what you can't deliver and you've already taken money.
Yeah, and I feel like I'm pretty responsible. Like I really don't like owing people anything. So like I really like that. Like I have a product, you give me the money, I ship you the thing, end of transaction. Like that's how it should be.
Yeah.
For me, that's my level of comfort. And I just knowing that I can't necessarily control the pace of my output. That's the bottom line. I cannot control the pace of my output. There's too many things that can slow it down and delay it and blah blah blah.
This sounds like another show.
Yeah, we finished. We tried to finish a while ago. Well, it's just what happens when we only talk like once a month.
Yeah.
You know.
But no, like I'm saying for real, like going into the next year, and there's a lot of people that I know, like they're printing stuff, and people say, "Well, are you selling?" Or how can we get our hands on that and stuff like that. Might be another show.
Yeah, we can talk about 3D printing as a manufacturing process. We can totally do that. Huh.
Man. I mean, because there's a lot of newer people doing things like they're printing or creating right now, and that everybody in the community always asks was, how can I get my hands on it? How are you selling stuff like that? So
yeah, and there's a natural desire, at least for me, to want to say yes here. Like if somebody likes something I've made so much that they're willing to pay for it, like I want to be able to provide it to them. Like that's as flattering a compliment as I can get is here, take my money. This is amazing. And so I always want to be able to give it to people, but making that happen is sometimes so daunting and risky. Someone, who knows how much resin or filament I'll burn through trying to actually get something done. And if you've set a price on something, it's so easy to lose money selling 3D prints, because no one wants to pay $1,000 for a ferret. No one's going to do that. It's not going to happen. So like, how would I, if for people that want a ferret, how in the hell do I make that possible? I don't know, because it's way more work than I am willing to do. It's really expensive. to knock them out at the level of quality that I've got, like this one, it's really expensive. Like even if I don't finish and I just sell kits, if that's all resin, all of it, right? And let's take the tires out of the equation because that's just ridiculous. But it's still like a $300 or $400 thing. And then they've still got like a bunch of work to do, you know, once they get it. And they could easily break a whole bunch of stuff because it's just the 3D print
in the process.
Yeah. So I think making the file available is kind of the way to go. So for the couple of people that have still hung out, check this out. So I'm trying, I was telling Mike before the show, like I always like to have something that no one's seen before when I go to these shows. And so I've got a couple of things that I'm taking. But I've got one here that I'm kind of working on. And it's not glued or anything, so it's pretty loose, but I don't really like doing guns that are too realistic looking because that just sounds like trouble. But like this is a pretty fictional thing, but I'm pretty happy with it. And it's just like I just upscaled the classified scale one that I did, the little tiny one. I just made it bigger, and it works. That's wild to me.
Really?
You know?
Okay.
But the reason I was really showing him this was like I'm experimenting with putting different things on here to clean up the nastiness. And so like there's this stuff called XTC 3D, and I think we've talked about it before, and that's a smooth on product from Reynolds. But it's, in my opinion, way too thick, and when it cures, it's too hard. It's really hard to sand it down. So I have other like 2-part resins that I've used for casting that I'm experimenting with kind of brushing on, and that stuff seems to be kind of working nicely. So we'll see. But yeah,
so
good times.
My question on that real quick. If you were to get that to at least a finish that you are proud of, would you just leave it at that, or would you cast it?
That big ass thing?
Yeah.
Well, so like what's I'm never gonna I'm not likely gonna ever dress up and cosplay at a show and walk around. That's I've made one of them. I'll finish it nice. I'll take some pictures. I'll load the now split. You know, instead of one file, like I split it up in such a way that it's got, you know, male, female ends and can kind of plug together easy for someone who's FDM printing something that's obviously too big for most printers. So I'll make that file available someplace. But I don't need a solid one. I'll never need a solid one. I'll have the one, it'll probably go on a shelf in the closet and that'll be it. If I was going to be traveling with it repeatedly, going to shows, walking around with it, bumping into people, and I don't want an FDM print that's likely going to break at some point, that would be a reason to make a mold and cast it. Okay. But at least for the cheapest mold making material that I've used, we're still looking at $200 or $300 worth of material to do that.
Yeah.
So it's you know, there would have to be a pretty solid need or demand, you know, like, because once you've got the mold, like that's the harder, expensive part. So it's, you know, once you've got that, you can cast a couple and then sell them. But fuck, that would be really heavy too. Because it'd be solid. Yeah. You could kind of rotate it and keep a hollowness inside, but you don't have a lot of control over that. Not really. Yeah.
My curiosity was just, you know, for people who do cosplay and now they want, I mean, sure, but like you still got to finish it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, this is hours of sanding and glazing putty and or filler primer and/or sandable primer and sanding and then some sanding and some priming and some sanding.
More sanding.
Yeah, it's real hard. Like the more the more I'm finishing prints and making them look really nice, like the less tolerant I am of older things that I didn't make look that nice. Does that make sense?
It does. I remember things you asked me is like that. I was like, nope. Like, man. It was bugging you. I knew it was. I was like,
yeah.
I'm not.
FDM, raw FDM prints kind of snapped me out of my suspension of disbelief, if you will. like looking at it and instantly recognizing it as an FDM print, just it turns me off. Yeah.
See, for me, I get that, but for me, the amount of after work that it takes for you, once you got the print is something big is going to take you out.
It's rough. It's rough.
Yeah.
And it like let's say you spent 20 to 40 hours designing something. Now you're now you're gonna spend an hour or more slicing it. Now you're gonna babysit your printer for a week or 2 weeks while it prints. Like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for weeks to print. Okay, you got all your pieces are printed. They're done. You're about a third of the way there. Now you've got to post-process it. Now you've got to pull all the supports and extra crap off of it. Now you've got to get all the little nibs and sand it down. Now you've got to find a way to fill all those little cracks and creases and seams and layer lines. Now you've got to sand it. Like it's a tremendous amount of work. I think it's worth it. Like if you've got one piece that you've got your heart content on having it look nice, like it's very fulfilling to finish something really nicely, but fuck, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work, and it's not something that you're just intuitively good at. Like sanding sounds easy. Nope. You gotta kind of learn how to read the surface to decide like how you should be sanding it, what you should be sanding it with. That Freightliner, that Optimus Prime truck that it did, the big one, that was the first time I ever wet sanded anything ever. And that was fun. That actually wasn't bad, the wet sanding. I already had it down. It was already pretty damn smooth by the time I got to that point. But holy cow. Wet sanding, baby. That's where it's at.
True. What just like you mentioned, like put all that time together. And I love hard work, especially when the payoff is worth it. Yes, like you said. But put all that time together on a piece.
Yeah.
You get it, and you get it done. And we're talking at this point, we're probably hundreds of hours into something.
Yeah.
You get it done, and then you show it off, and then you already know what's coming next.
Yeah. How much? How much?
Right.
Yeah. I don't know, $3,000 for a 1/12 scale vehicle, like finished like this, like several $1,000s. Because my time has value, and it's not just like time ticking away on a clock. It's like I got to this level after years of effort and learning and trial and error and practicing. Like, so there's a level of skill attached to that time. What's the value of that, right?
So much. The trial and error, the how many mess ups have you done, stuff like that. And that, like I said, it's a whole other where you're talking about, like, how do you price this stuff? How do you actually sell your stuff? What's the best, what's the best way of selling? What's the best way of any of this stuff? And
if you want no kidding customers, they want to get a value for what they're paying, a perceived value. And unfortunately, that's not going to include paying you for 50 hours of sanding something. It will never include that unless you're charging 3 cents an hour. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, it's rough. But that's why. So look at here's what I've been thinking about lately is that HasLab His Tank, they had a working prototype that wasn't manufactured at a factory. That wasn't no molds were tooled to make that thing.
Make that,
right? Like somebody 3D printed and then spent the time to make that thing. There is one His Tank in this entire world right now, one prototype. And I remember seeing them kind of, I want to say it was just at the tail end or right after the HasLab ended. And Emily and Lenny were talking about it. And they're like, we're really impressed this thing survived this long. Usually, right? What is the value? What do you think Hasbro paid for that prototype His Tank? Because it's not $100. It wasn't. It wasn't $200. It wasn't less. No fucking way it was less than $5,000. No fucking way.
At least $5,000.
$5,000. What's the difference between that Hasbro HasLab prototype His Tank and my ferret? I mean, that has lights. No one gives a shit about lights. Fuck lights. What's the difference? Somebody took the time to pull that out of their imagination, or in my case, steal it from a 30-year-old toy, but like out of nothing, create a thing. And I mean, it was probably pretty damn close to the exact same process. 3D designing it, getting it printed, post-processing, finishing. It's the same damn thing. But if they were charging $5,000 per His Tank, no one would have backed it. Maybe some millionaire someplace, he would have bought 3, but like I wouldn't have any. No fucking way. So I don't know. I would love to know. I would love to know what the price tag on that one single prototype was. I would love to know. Did they send that out because it's such a rare thing, or do they have someone in house that's capable of doing that? You know what I mean?
I think they got someone in house per se doing that, but the cost involved in doing that would have been easily $5,000.
Oh yeah, now you're not because that person isn't covering any of the costs. All of those costs are going, and they're paying an hourly wage to an employee. Yeah. But I mean, rapid prototyping. That's what we're talking about. So.
Yep. No, that is, man. Whew, just imagine. They carried that thing around. It traveled quite a bit.
Oh, I want to touch that thing so badly. You know what I mean? Like just the because as soon as you touch it, like I will know. Oh, this is SLA. This is FDM. This is whatever it is. As soon as I touch it, I will know. Because you can feel that shit. As soon as I touch it, I will know exactly how they made it. I could be blindfolded. I just need to touch it and get that tactile. Oh, and I want to touch it so bad. I want to touch that thing.
Oh,
in a gentle, like in a respectful way. That just we're clear. I'm not threatening the His Tank. I just want to touch it. I want to know how, because I want to know how they did the canopy, because that's not a quick, easy something. There's a way to do it. There's a couple ways to do it, but none of them are cheap or quick or easy.
Yeah, that's a good question. And we've seen some people that know how to some pretty nice canopy.
Yeah, there's some canopies that have gotten pretty close in the group, but I don't, in my opinion, I don't think we have cracked the code on that yet.
No, yeah.
Because there's a couple that are damn close, but I can clearly see that they've put a clear coat on the top of it and it's not and it's imperfect.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean I've 1000% done that. I'm not saying that I'm, you know, holding the secret to it. Like I don't know what the secret is. I have not cracked the code. I imagine,
so can
you know,
SLS print do a canopy or no?
No. What it could do is you get that print and then you sand the shit out of it to where it's smooth like glass, and then you make a mold and you cast it out of clear material. So what we can do, what we are able to do, is get like clear polystyrene, you know, like plastic sheets, and cut them, and then they've got a little bend to them, and that's a good way to do a canopy. But like a trouble bubble canopy, you can't do it. And even if you do like a vacuum form, you end up, just because of the shape of the damn thing, you end up with an uneven surface thickness. It's going to be way thinner at the top than it is on the sides.
Right.
That's just how vacuum forming works. So, because it's, you know, if you were doing like opaque polystyrene, who cares? It doesn't matter. But because it's clear and light has to pass through it, when light passes through things that have inconsistent density, like you know, the light doesn't pass through the same way at the different thicknesses, and you can see it.
Yeah. So how are they
This
doing?
is the longest I think I've rambled in so long, and it feels great.
Are they doing it? I'm like, I'm actually.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like if you look at the canopy on the Hiss, like the red canopy with the door, that could easily be a clear sheet that's cut out and then glued in place. It can absolutely be that. The other canopy, the retro canopy, I don't know. It could very well be assembled from parts and then just glued, and then someone very skillful with the right tools has cleaned all the seams up and they've made a mold and cast it. That's, to me, the most likely thing. Or it's straight up a print that they were able to clean up and again make a mold and cast it. But I don't know of any printing process that can crap out a beautiful glass-like print like that. And that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It just means I don't know about it, which means the printer that does it costs more than like $800.
All right.
I have a cap on how much I've been able to afford in terms of machines. So yeah, it could just be like a really, 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 really nice machine that you're not ordering off of Amazon, and it just does it. Like that could absolutely be the case. I don't know.
You're making me want to go Sherlock's and try to find out, because it's that.
Oh yeah, no. Someday, I don't know when, but someday I'm going to be in a room with somebody from that team, Lenny or Emily or somebody, and this is my line of questioning for them: how in the hell? And also, can I touch the Hiss? How do we put me in physical contact with the prototype Hiss tank for like 30 seconds? 30 respectful
I wonder,
seconds.
End of the day, I wonder who gets to keep that.
I suspect it goes into the vault.
Into the vault.
Yeah, I assume.
I don't even know why. I wouldn't know why though, because once you got the tool, like to me, the tooling to make the manufactured one is the most important thing.
Well, I mean, that's the biggest investment. That's the most value, because it's able to create, money. But when I say vault, I don't mean like a giant locked door and somebody has to spin the combo. I just mean like their big storehouse or warehouse storage area where they keep old shit. Like I've got my closet with all my stuff right there. I say it's a closet. It was the main office of the space I'm in. That's now just like storage for all my shit. But that's my toy vault, man. That's where all my shit's gonna end up because I just don't have room.
Yeah.
All right, we gotta end this. I need to eat food, so we're done. We're done, bro.
No problem. I just, hey, if you had time, I got the time. I'm chilling on a Saturday, so
Yeah, I hear you. No, we just we just rambled for like an hour. So no, I super enjoyed it. It's you know, it's too infrequent. I don't know that I'm ready to commit to 2 of these a month, but yeah, no, like it's always a pleasure, and certainly I could handle more. So
yeah.
yeah. All right, man. Hey, who's still here? A couple people. Thank you.
Our diehards here. No, you just got a preview. Like when we shut the show off, we're usually still talking.
Yeah, that's exactly what just happened. Is we had this conversation that we would have had off air. That 100%. Yeah, totally.
So, hey, you guys, enjoy the rest of your weekend. What's left of it. Keep creating. Thank you for watching, Mark. Always a pleasure, man.
Thanks. And if anyone knows how I can physically get in touch with the His Tank prototype, send me an instant message. I just want to touch it. As a learning tool. In a respect, it's not sexual. I just want as soon as I touch it, I'm gonna know what they made it out of.
Yeah, you'll have figured out some of their secrets just about. Yeah.
And it is impressive. It is a beautiful piece. It is beautiful. So yeah, like it, you know, that's where I want to be. That's what I'm working towards, is getting to that level of proficiency doing this stuff. So
to that level.
Yeah. All right. And I'm still doing it. We're gonna go. We're done. Everyone, thank you. And we'll see you next time.